Amna, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, miss.
Okay, so I was actually waiting for the students. So till they come, anyway, we will start on our lecture. Right. So yesterday we talked about, you can see the slides, right?
Yes.
So yesterday we talked about, so anyway, we are still on the function of planning. And yesterday we talked about how a planning can be divided into several segments. So that's where we ended on yesterday. So from today onwards, we will start on a strategic planning process. So like we say planning is important, right? Now, from today's onwards, we will talk about how we can do the planning. It's like a process. So first of all, under the planning, what we do is we establish an organizational vision, right? Then, as the second step, we develop a mission statement. On the third, so first of all, we have a vision, then we have a mission. After that, what we have to do is we have to do an environmental analysis where we analyze the five forces, our value chain, and do a SWOT analysis. After that, so first of all, vision, mission, do an environmental analysis. After that, we have to create a goal, objective, then develop strategies. Then at the end, you can plan annual operating plan. So activities with time frame. So first start with the vision. That's like the very first step when it comes to a strategic plan. So when we say a vision, vision has two major components, right? First one is co-ideology and the second one is a envision future. And so co-ideology means like what as a company, what we stand for, like what is the reason, why do we exist? Then a envision future means what we aspire to become, to achieve, to create something that will require significant change and progress to attain. So I will explain each of those components in the coming slide. And remember this vision part, this core ideology is again, under the core ideology, we can see two parts, right? They are core value and core purpose. So core ideology means company's timeless character. That means like whatever the value or like the ideology that they have established as their vision, it has to be timeless. It can't change from time to time. It has to be constant. Then core ideology is something you discover by looking inside. And core ideology can be, as I mentioned, can be divided into two. Core value, that means handful of guiding principles which a company navigate. Core purpose, organization's most fundamental reason for being. So, right. So it's like a little bit confusing when I say it like that. So let's take the example of Disney. For the vision statement of Disney is to be one of the world's leading producers and providers of entertainment and information, right? That's Disney's vision statement. Then, if we talk about this core ideology, but it like core ideology, I told you it consists of core value as well as a core purpose. Core ideology of Disney would be to be, uh, yeah, then under core ideology, I told you we divide it into core value and core purpose. The core value, like the timeless guiding principles of Disney would be creativity and innovation, quality storytelling, respect for audience and employee, and integrity and excellence. That means they are like the principles. Then core purpose, the fundamental reason they exist is to entertain, inform, and inspire people around the world and envision future, like what they want to be in the future is to be one of the world's leading producer and providers of entertainment and information. And again, I have taken the example of Sony. The vision of Sony is to fill the world with emotion through the power of creativity and technology. Then I told you co-ideology is divided into co-value and co-purpose. So if we take this as the vision, their core value would be elevation of Japanese culture and national status. So, I mean, like you will feel like why they are talking about this, but you will feel like I'm so this is the vision of Sony. But where does it mention anything regard to the elevation of Japanese culture and national status? So what happens is like even though like in nowadays we have this like the perception of Chinese product not being that good in quality, right? That's the misconception that we have now. And the same misconception was allocated or aligned with a Japanese product back then, right? Then when any of the Japanese people try to sell their product in the very earlier days, they had to sell it to very cheap price, right? Then and cheap price, and not only that, when we think about any product related to technology, the people consider only the Germans, or they have the expertise, or they only consider when it comes to any machinery or technology related item, only German product were in top tier, not the Japanese product. So, what this Sony, it was actually introduced by two people. I can't remember their name, but so and in order for so the main reason they established this Sony company is to remove the misconception that people have towards a Japanese product. The misconception that people had towards Japanese product was that Japanese product was cheap and not in good quality. The main reason they established the Sony was that, and they had to come up with several product uh, to instill this uh, perception that Japanese product are also on the same level as any other country's product. So that's why one of the core values of Sony is elevation of Japanese culture and national status. uh, Amna, are you clear?
Yes.
Okay. So otherwise you will feel confused because this is the vision statement. The vision says to fill the world with emotion through the power of creativity and technology. It doesn't mention anything relevant to Japanese culture. So when we say core values, that means these are the principles that that has acted as a basis for them to start up the company. It's like the main purpose or the main reason they exist as a company. So for Sony, their core values are elevation of Japanese culture and national status. And I told you why. Then, being a pioneer, not following others, doing the impossible. So, the very first product of Sony was a radio. I can't remember, it's a transmitter radio, like a radio. But the specialty of this radio was earlier back then. What Germany was producing was a radio that's like a PC, that's very larger in size, and you can't carry them with you, right? But uh, but what Sony did was they introduced a radio that's pocket friendly that you can easily carry forward. That's why it say being a pioneer, not following others. If Sony's main core, if the Sony wanted to just follow others, then they could have also just introduced a very large size radio. But that's not what they did. They introduce a pocket friendly a radio that you can carry with you. Then encourage individual ability and creativity. Always be creative. Those are core values. Then for core purpose, right? The core purpose was to experience the joy of advancing and applying technology for the benefit of public. Of course, we need to be innovative. We need to do something new, but we have to make sure that the consumers also experience any kind of joy after consuming your product. And here, remember the main reason they decided to introduce these radios during the time they were doing all of those testing and all, there was a war. So, during this time, people were really curious about what's really going happening in the country. So, they wanted to know all of that using a radio, and that's why they created it, right? Then when it comes to Walmart, yes, Walmart, their core purpose is to give ordinary folk the chance to buy the same thing as rich people. Walt Disney to make people happy. Then I will take the example of Tesla. So then I will write it down, then you can have an idea. So when it comes to Tesla, so when it comes to Tesla, their vision was to accelerate. Accelerate means to fast speed down on the world's transition to a sustainable energy. So Tesla's vision was they want to make sure that people transfer from all, using gasoline as their energy to using sustainable energy in a short time. In simple terms, that's their vision statement. Okay. Then, when we talk about the core ideology, what are the principles that has helped Tesla to come up with these vision statements? Well, first one is the sustainability that we can realize. Tesla's vision statement is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Amna, are you clear up to now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's like this. I will write it down. To accelerate. Right. So this is, can you see what I have written on the board? Amna,
Yes,
can you
please.
see what I have written on the board?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Tesla's vision to accelerate, that means to speed up on the world's transition to sustainable energy. And when it comes to this is the vision. So, according to this vision statement, what are their core values? The main thing we can see is sustainability, or that they are concerned about their responsibility towards the environment. Then sustainable energy is something completely new. So what they want to do also, they are focused on innovation and technological advancement. They are not only concerned about being environmentally friendly and sustainable, they also want to be innovative and do advancement in the technology. Then quality and performance in the product as well as customer centric. Why do you think that out of the blue that Tesla would want to go for sustainable energy? Why? Because I think right after the COVID, people were really interested about, or they realized that they need to pay more attention towards the impact, any business, like the impact they give towards the environment, or they wanted to make sure that they do any sort of manufacturing or production with with using less resources and with less impact to the environment. So that's why even like, so that's why that's why Tesla or like they decided to go with this sustainability, not because it's just a complete new thing. One of the main reason was people were trying to be more sustainable from that time. So even for Tesla, even this is being to accelerate the world transition to sustainable energy. It's like it's the vision we can see. But remember, vision is based or vision is created by basing some principles. For Tesla, it is sustainability and their responsibility toward the environment. Second one is being customer centric. Then they want to have quality and performance in product and do innovation and technological advancement, right? Then, when it comes to the core purpose, right? So, core purpose was this: to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. So, most of the time, what we can see, like any of the companies writing down as the vision, it's more like the core purpose, the reason, the reason for their the reason for their existence, right? But when it comes to core value, they are like the values that we can assume, like the company imply by using that vision. Okay. So when it comes to Tesla, their core purpose was to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Clear up to now?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Then also I forgot one thing. So when it comes to Tesla, what would be their envision future? What would be their long-term goal? That would be to see a world with sustainable energy. Maybe it can be energy we use in transportation, homes, industry, or and even overall they want to reduce the carbon emission globally. That's the future they want to see. Right. So here I have given another several examples for vision statement for Walt Disney to make people happy. Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Volkswagen Company, we are globally leading provider of sustainable mobility. Walmart, to be the best retailer in the hearts and minds of consumer and employee. So when we take this as an example, the Walmart, what would be their core value? That would be, of course, the best retailer. In order for you to be the best retailer, you need to provide a quick service, need to have good product and hearts and minds of consumer. Then again, customer centric and employee. That means they want to treat their employees also well. To organize, the Google is to organize world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Then for Coca-Cola, to create a value and make a difference. Then again, I have given examples for vision statement in the context of Sri Lanka. So when it comes to John Keel's, their vision statement is building business that are leaders in the region. Then when it comes to a telecom, that is all Sri Lankans seamlessly connected with world-class information, communication and entertainment services. Then for HNB Bank, to be the knowledge leader. and chosen partner in providing financial solutions and through inspired people. Likewise, I have given vision statements of Ceylon Bank and Commercial Bank as well. Then so first in the this corporate, yeah, in the strategic planning process, what we talked so far was the first step, the vision, right? It goes like vision, mission, environmental scanning, then goals, objective, strategy. So what we completed so far is vision. Then we will move on to mission. So mission is, so under vision, we talk about what is our core value, what is our core purpose, what is our envision future. Then under mission statement, what we mention is, so these are core value, these are our core purpose, envision future. In order to achieve these and these, what we really do as a business, like what are our business activity. So when we talk about mission statement, here it says a declaration of organization, reason for being. Answer the pivotal question, what is our business? I mean, we can say this is what we want to envision. These are our values. Okay, then what do you really do as a business? That part is covered by mission statement. Essential for effectively establishing objective and formulating strategy. See, so first of all, we need to have a vision. So first of all, we need to have a vision. You can see, right, what I'm writing on the whiteboard.
Yes.
Okay. So vision. With this, we cover core value, core purpose, envision future. Right. Then using this as the basis, we create the mission. The mission means what we, okay, you have these value, purpose, future. But what do you really do? Now that's the mission. And using mission as the basis, you create goal and objective. Okay. Then reveals what an organization want to be, whom it want to serve, summarize the who, what, and why of an organization work. So usually when we talk about a mission statement, any company's mission statement, it should mention how it want to serve customers, like who will be their customer, what they want to do with employee, how they want to know as the public image, the self-concept, what is their philosophy, then how they are planning to get profit, the technology they are planning to use, the market they are trying to enter. Usually, all of those aspects need to be mentioned. Okay. So here I have taken Dell's mission. Dell's mission is to be the most successful computer company. Okay. Then in the world, by how delivering the best customer experience in market we serve. So here, see, reveals what an organization want to be. In the case of Dell, they want to be the most successful computer company, right? Then wants to be and whom it wants to serve. Here they said in the world. So they want to be the most successful computer company and it's not limited to a particular region. They want to serve every consumer in the world. And how? By delivering the best customer experience in market we serve. In doing so, Dell will meet customer expectations of highest quality, leading technology, competitive pricing, individual and company accountability, best in class service and support, flexible customer capability, superior corporate citizenship, financial stability. So it's like this way. Usually we expect, usually in a mission statement, we expect to see how, how they are like what they are planning to do with each of these mission elements. The example of mission statement for telecom, your trusted and proven partner for innovative and exciting communication experience delivered with passion, quality, and commitment. For commercial vaccine, unlike mission statement tends to be a little bit longer, providing reliable, innovative, customer friendly financial services, utilizing cutting edge technology and focusing continuously on productivity improvement whilst developing our staff and acquiring necessary expertise to expand locally and regionally. And the same way I have given the mission statement for NDB as well. Then let's take a look at the mission statement of Apple. Apple Link is determined and committed to deliver the best personal computing experience by offering, see, so what Apple wants to become, they want to deliver the best personal and computing experience. How? By offering technology engineer student. So technology engineers product means, like you use technology in a smart and creative manner and then produce product. That's what we mean by technology engineers product. And services to whom? To students, educators, creative professionals and consumers around the world through its unique modern hardware and software. Apple is able to enhance resources for future generations and for continuous improvement. Right. Then this is the third step. I told you, first of all, what we have a mission. Then we have a mission. Third, you have to scan the environment. That means vision is like a long-term thing. That means like something that you want to accomplish in the coming days. But before, and the mission means mission also like mission explains who to serve, how to serve, and what you can do to serve. Then, under scanning the environment, you think of like the realistic ways, like but the main reason we do this environmental analysis is to think of the realistic ways you can achieve those vision. and that we do by goals and objective. So first of all, as the third step, what we do is scan the environment. No matter we say we want to be this and that, what is our current position? That we do by scanning the company's external and internal environment, right? I talked about this, so since you didn't you weren't there in the previous classes, I will just explain. So internal environment, it's actually consists of any factor that have an impact on how a business run, or how business take decisions, plus those factors under the internal environment, they exist within the organization. For an example, like the owner. The owner is part of the organization. The employee, the manager, organizational culture, then structure. Likewise, then when it comes to external, it consists of again factors that do impact how a business run its operation, how it takes decision, and unlike the internal environment, those factors stay outside the organizational boundary, and um, organization don't necessarily have direct control over them. For an example, what's happening in the economic environment, what's happening in the technological side, the organization can't do anything about it. Then supplier, what they do, you can't interfere. So, in order to scan our internal and external environment, we use five forces analysis to understand your company's competitive position. That means to what extent they are good at competitive. Study the value chain to understand your company's internal competency. Okay, so this is the five forces model of competition, and these are the same factors we talked under our task environment. So it consists of potential development of substitute. Substitute means some the product that a consumer can use instead of your product. For an example, tea, you can use tea instead of coffee. So how it impacts is like this. When the price of your substitute product, like if we just take the example, when the price of the, let's say you are, if the price of tea suddenly increase, then consumers can without any problem start using coffee. That's like that. So you have to remember, what you have to understand, what is your substitute product, plus and how is their price compared to your product, whether it is cheap or expensive. Then bargaining power of supplies. To what extent supplier have the upper hand over the organization. So that means, let's say if you have the power, that means so what you are buying from a supplier is a very, is a material that has no different, I mean, like, and it's and you can easily have access. That means if one supplier says he can't provide that material, then easily you can get another supplier to provide the same material in the same quantity. Then in that sort of a case, most of the time the company have the upper hand. But let's say now you have to make a product with the Ayurvedic herbs, and not everyone has access to those. And most of the time, the quality of those this medicine depend on the quality of the herb. So your supplier know that you can't just easily switch to another supplier. So what they will do is they will ask you for a higher price. I'm not clear?
Yes, miss.
Okay. Then bargaining power of consumer. So most of the time, consumers have a upper hand when you have, like lots of consumer. That means, let's say like this, your company is having a very unknown, like a new brand. Then mostly you will have 50 or 40 consumer, right? But if we think of consumers for a brand like Signal, they have so much of consumer. So they have, that means they have more to lose when they have lots of consumer. In that sort of a scenario, consumer have the upper hand. Then rivalry among competitor from that. That means how your competitors are doing. Are they offering the same product for a lesser price, or are they coming up with new newer technology? Because what happens is, if your competitor has, they are offering a product with new advanced features, then you also have to copy that. Oh, yeah, offer the same thing. Because otherwise, you will be left behind. So the example I can tell is initial, like in nowadays, digital banking is like a really common thing. But back then when it was a new thing, it was initially introduced by a commercial bank. Yeah, from what I can remember, they were the first bank to introduce the digital banking. But what happened after a while, in order to stay in the market or to stay competitive, other banks also started adopting digital banking. Then potential entry of new competitor. That means, they are also trying to offer the same product as you, but they're still on the entry level. So for most of the part, we consider they are not as a huge, like a risk, but sometimes it's not the case. So we are all aware of Netflix. Before Netflix came into the scenario, there was a company called Blockbuster. So what Blockbuster did was, it was like a shop, like a physical layout. You can go to one of their stores and rent a DVD, and on the basis of how long you are keeping the DVD with you, you either have to pay late fee or like any fee based on the number of days you are keeping it. Then came Netflix. It was a new entrant back then. What they did was, instead of going with this physical layout model, they created a website where you can rent a DVD online. So, and of course, you didn't have to go to a physical store. And the moment you feel like you need to watch this movie, you can just rent it, and of course you did not have to pay a late fee as well. Little by little, a Blockbuster failed and they went bankrupt, and now Netflix has become successful and they are already making movies under the same label. The reason we say usually the new entrants don't have a chance is the economics of scale, the expertise, plus, like they don't know the know-hows, right? That means if you are a company, who has been in the market and doing the business for like let's say 10 years, you feel familiar with what's happening in the business, and you have so much of consumers as well. But when you are completely new to the market, you don't have enough consumer, plus you don't know what will happen. You're still unfamiliar. The economies of scale means something like this. So, so when we say, like when we talk about the cost of a product, we say it has a variable cost plus a fixed cost, right? Where you can see what I'm writing, right?
Yes, miss.
So variable cost means, like the material cost. That means the cost of these items are increasing as you try to purchase more products. Like let's say, like buttons. If a shirt, in order for you to create a shirt, for one shirt you need 5 buttons, and in order to create 2 shirts you need 10 buttons. So variable cost means the cost of these raw material increase as you try to increase the number of units you are producing. Fixed cost means like the cost is same. It doesn't matter whether you are producing one product, 100 product, or 50 units. The example is like the rent. The rent owner doesn't care how much of, like whether you are producing 50 units or 10 units. The rent owner is only concerned about his or her rent. The same thing with utility. Because why? Because when we get the, like the electricity bill, we can't say, out of this what, how much has been spent to produce one product. It's not practical. So these kind of fixed costs are there. So economies of scale mean thing like this. Let's say your fixed cost or the rent is 100,000, right? And there is a all manufacturing company and a new manufacturing company. All manufacturing company is producing 1,000, and new manufacturing companies, let's say, producing 100. And when we divide, 100,000 by 1,000, if we need to do this calculation when we try to price our product. Okay. So in this concept, for 1 unit of product, the cost of rent is 10. But when it comes to here, 1 unit of product, the cost of rent is 1,000. Right? So, but when they do the pricing, let's say if the variable cost is 20 for the all company, 20 plus 30, they can price the product as 30 rupees. But for here, when they do the pricing, it's 1,000 plus 20, 1,020. Then as a consumer, if there's the same product with like same feature, and you can buy it for 20 as well as 1,030, what would you buy? Definitely the 21 if it is the same product with same feature. Amna, are you clear?
Yes, miss.
Okay. So that's why we say usually for new entrants, right? Usually for new entrants, they don't have this economies of scale. Economies of scale means when they try to produce more number of units, ultimately the cost of producing one product, it reduces, right? But the same advantage can't be accomplished by new entrants as they don't produce product in larger number of units. Right. Then, yeah, right. Then we have this. So I told you under the environmental scanning, under the environmental scanning, first of all, we have to do this five forces model of competition. Then we have to do the value chain primary and support activity. That means, so when we try to, manufacture a product, or when we try to convert an input to output, like here, we usually it contains our I mean the input has to pass through several activity in order for it to be an output, right? And these activities are divided into primary activity and support activity. Primary activity means like the main things. That means they directly contribute to this conversion of input and output. R&D, production, marketing and sale, and customer service. Then there are several activities that indirectly contribute to this conversion. Company infrastructure, information system, material management, and HR. So, under this, what we want to do is for what we say we want to do and we want to become, we have to make sure whether those activities are are complementing or they are supporting your vision and your mission. Okay, that means whether for your mission and the mission, these primary activities are supporting or not. And if they are not, you have to change them. Right. Then, so after we do the environmental scanning, based on the information you receive through environmental analysis, do your SWOT analysis. That means strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. With the internal environment, you get strength and weakness. Strength means what you do best, and like what you do best and what you have. The weakness means what are your weakness. For an example, let's say you are a company who has a great brand or reputation. That's a strength. You have employees who are really skilled or experienced. That's a strength. Then you have a culture that's innovative. That's a strength. Then you have lot of funds or capital. Again, that's a strength. Then for weakness, it would be the opposite of those. Your employees are lazy. They do not work. They are inexperienced. Then it is a weakness. Then when it comes to what are the external and when it comes to external environment, we have opportunity and threat. The opportunity would be, let's say, you are working in in the technological side, and the government has said that they are giving incentives, or they are cutting taxes on the company who are focused on innovation. That's the opportunity for you. Then for threat, let's say you are working in a food sector, and now the government has said they are strict, they are becoming more stricter with the rules relevant to the food industry. Oh, now there is a war. It's a threat for you. So here, see, as for strength, things your company does well, qualities that separate you from your competitor, internal resources such as skilled, knowledgeable staff, tangible assets such as intellectual property, capital, proprietary, technology. So, intellectual property means, if we take a company like Tesla, this technology that they use to manufacture electric vehicle, that completely belongs to them. That's the intellectual property of Tesla. Then, when it comes to weakness, it means thing your company lack. Think your competitors do better than you. Resource limitation. Then unclear, unique selling proposition. Opportunity, undeserved market for specific product. Few competitors in your area. You don't have much competition. Emerging need for your product or services. Then press media coverage of your company. You get you get a reputation. Then threat, emerging competitor, changing regulatory environment, negative press, changing customer attitude to your company. So we have vision, mission, do the environmental scanning, and then realize your SWOT. Then you come up with goals. That's the fourth step. General statement of milepost your company need to meet to achieve vision, or decide outcome or targets. Uh, so evolve from the vision and mission, open-ended statements of plan accomplishment. So let's say it's like the vision is, yeah, the vision would be, increase the profit, the overall group profit by 40%. Then what your goal would be, increase the sales, improve the quality of the service. In order for you to achieve a profit, you need to increase sales and improve the quality of the service. Then we have objective. Remember, objective means like this breakdown version of goal. So we say, right? So we say here as a goal, increase, say, improve the quality of the service. Then what we can say is, let's take the example of a educational institute, increase sales by hiring, 1,000 students. That's a goal. So that's the objective. So when we say objective, it needs to have 5 of these characters. Objectives are goals. See, that's what I told you. So objectives are like the broken down version of goal. Aim or purpose that the organization wish to achieve. over varying period of time. When we say objective, the time has to be ensured. So if we just say increase profit by 10%, that's not an objective. Why? It doesn't fall under a time frame. So here the example I have given is increase profit by 10% 2021 2022. Specific increased profit. This is exactly what you have to do. Measurable 10%. Achievable or not, like this is a reasonable. Like if we say increase profit by 100% within 1 year, will that be achievable? No, it's very unrealistic. This 10% increase by 1 year, it's perfectly achievable. Then relevant. Relevant means you have to link it with your department. You have to link it with your goal. It should be relevant. Let's say it's like this. So you say your goal is to increase the profit. Okay. Then out of the blue, you say one of the objective is purchasing a machine that's worth millions. Is that relevant to your goal? No. So likewise, when we say relevant, it should be help you to achieve the goal, plus we should be able to linked it with a different department. Then time frame is 2021, 2022. We should be able to give it a time frame. Right. Then, so what we had now, so first of all, we had a vision, mission. We scanned the environment. Then what we had was a goal, then objective, then the base of achieving this objective or strategy. For an example, how can we increase the profit by 10% in 2021 2022? That's the strategy. Strategy is a plan which consider environmental opportunity and threat, and organizational strength and weakness, and provide an optimal match between the firm and the external environment. So in order for you to create a strategy, you need to be aware of your SWOT. Okay. So how do you get, how do you strategize? How do you come up with a plan to achieve your objective? So actually there are three type of objective. There are corporate level objective, business level objective, and functional level. Sorry, there are corporate level strategy, business level strategy, and functional level strategy. Right. Corporate strategy means simply what business are we in. So it's like, let's say, if we are like, when we try to sell a product, we belong to a business, right? So when we try to sell, let's say, biscuits, we belong to a food industry, like the food business. So under the corporate strategy, what we are trying to realize is, are we going to stay in the food industry, right? Or are we going to move into an industry That's relevant to food. That's relevant food like, currently we are selling these biscuits. So, like, are we selling dairy product? If not, are we going to a completely different business, like a hotel? So that's what we talk under the corporate strategy. What business are we going to stay, and how do we allocate our resources? And when we say resources, it can be funds, it can be, all those plant, machinery, the layouts, your employees, all of them. Are you clear up to now, Amna? Hello?
Yes, miss.
Amna, are you clear up to now?
Yes, miss.
Hello? Amna, are you clear?
Yes, miss.
Hello? I can't hear you. Are you clear up to what I'm saying so far?
Yes, miss, I'm clear.
Yes, right. I can't hear you. Hello? Okay. So, yeah. So that's what corporate strategy. Corporate strategy means like what sort of business are you planning to stay, and based on those type of business, like how are you going to allocate your resources? Okay. So when we say concentration strategy, focus on a single business competing in a single industry. That means, so currently we are selling, I would say, biscuit, and we plan to stay in the food industry as long as we can. That means concentration strategy. We are concentrate, or we are focused, we are fixated on one single industry. Then we have vertical integration. Expand the domain of the organization into supply or distribution channel. So, yeah, under the vertical integration, we have this forward integration and backward integration. Okay. So, I will explain. It's like this. So usually, let's say what happens is we have the manufacture here, right? Then, no, let's say now we are talking about a clothing company. When it comes to clothing, the first thing you need is yarn, right? Then yarn is converted into fabric, right? Then fabric is what you convert into clothing, and then you distribute, then you this go to retail, right? So for what happens under vertical integration, I told you it can be divided into forward integration as well as backward integration. So let's say we are a clothing company. Okay. Forward means you come to the front. That means what you are a clothing company and you acquire, you also purchase this distribution company. That's what we call forward integration. Backward integration means you are a clothing company and you buy the one thing that's behind you, the fabric company. Clear, or do you want me to explain again? Okay. You can hear what I'm saying, right? Oh. So that's what we mean by backward. So if you are a clothing company and you buy your fabric company, that's what we call backward. You purchase, uh, like the company that's providing your the material that comes after you. Then, if you are a forward company, you buy the factor that comes in front of you. So that's for vertical integration. Then, concentrating diversification, moving into a business that are related to company's original core business. So let's say it's like this. uh, it means like you are doing your like the initial, but you are selling the initial product that you were selling in. I mean, that was still working in the initial industry that you worked in. Plus, now you're also moving to an industry that's related to your initial industry. For an example, initially you were selling fresh coconut, like fresh coconut packet, and now you are also selling those coconut milk powder. Now you have started to sell those as well. Those two are interrelated. So concentrating diversification means that means you're only moving your business along the same line, like that means along the same food industry. Then conglomerate diversification. That means you are expanding into different industries, but unlike the third one, here they are not interconnected at all. So I will then give you some examples. For the first one, concentration strategy means you are sticking to one single business. For an example, let's take Starbucks. I mean, even if they sell so much of, those food and drink, they are still, they're still focusing on the food sector or the cafe industry. The main advantage of sticking to a one industry or business is, you of course you get a strong brand. I mean, you have been doing the same, being in the same industry for so long. Then you get a good expertise regarding that industry. Second, vertical integration, right? So let's say you go backward. You go backward means most of the time what you acquire is one of your supply. What happens is now instead of relying on an external supplier, you are your own supplier. You reduce the dependency you have on your supplier because now you can do the supplying part on your own as well. Then forward integration. Forward integration means now you can start distributing your product on your own as well. So for an example, yeah, the example I have taken is, let's say, uh, like a car. For a cars, the backward integration would be, like they acquire the car battery making company. So now they can make their own batteries for the cars. Then if we talk about forward, now they can directly distribute their cars to those retail store. Yeah. Right. So that's it. Then, uh, right, concentrating, right? Then, no, that's for vertical. Ah. Then, if we talk about concentric diversification, let's take the example of, iMac, right? Initially, what they had was a Mac computer. Then they diversified into iPod, iPhone, iPad, but still they move along the same market, like the phone market. Then we have conglomerate diversification. So when we say that, we talk about, like they are expanding into different but unrelated market. So for an example, it's say if we take about this Virgin, no, it's different for you. Let's take the example of Haley's. Yeah. So it's not here. So if we take the example of Haley's, nowadays, Haley's and companies like LOSC, they have diversified into, insurance, and they even have their very own property. I mean, they have expanded into so many unrelated business, right? It's 11. Amna, shall we take a 15-minute break and let's meet at 11, sorry, 11, yeah, 11:15? Is it okay with you? Hello, Amna. Okay, sure. Today morning, I waited until 9:35 because usually, anyway, I have a class start at 9:15. Like, I wait till about more 15 minutes till most of you all come. Then by that time, either him or he will come. So then at 9:30, I got a call from the academic coordinator, and she told me to just start the class since there was one student who has joined from online. So she asked me to continue the classes. And for the content that you missed on today, you can refer to the recordings. Yeah. And also, I mailed you all of those documents on Friday. Yeah. Okay. Then it's easier, otherwise, you don't know what you need to write, what you don't have to write. Okay. Yeah, then let's. Amna, shall we start the class? Are you over there? Amna, shall I start the class?
Yes, Miss. We'll start the class.
Okay, then I will start the class. So we were talking about the corporate strategy. The corporate strategy can be divided into four as we talk. Then, there is another thing called BCG matrix. So this is the BCG matrix, right? Here, what we do is, like the products that we are selling, we divide them based on its market share as well as its like the business growth. That means, let's say, if we are Malibu, and for market share, we have a high market share. And do you feel like there will be any growth in the business industry? Then, based on if you think it's high, then your product will be a star. Then, if you think there won't be any growth, then it will be a cash cow. Okay. So, what we have to do is, first of all, here we have to understand like what is the position that we will fall in this BCG matrix. Right? So usually, let's say our product is a star. That means whatever the product we are selling, it has a high market share. As a company, we have a high market share. That means if in a product like biscuits, let's assume we are expecting there will be consumers around 1,000 for who are willing to buy biscuits. Let's assume that will be our market share. Then out of that, already 800 people are buying our product. That means 1,000 is the market share. Out of that, we have captured 800 of it. That means we have 80% of the market share. Clear? So that means we have high market share. Then we have to realize whether there will be any growth or not. So let's say we have a high market share and we know that this industry we are in, it will be growing. It will keep growing in the future. Then of course, what we have to do? We have to concentrate. We have to stay in the same market. We have a high market share and there's a possibility of if it keep continuing to grow. So we have to stay within that market and because we can be a market lead. So what you can do under such situation is concentration strategy. That means you have to only focus on this strategy and keep continuing to do so because it will keep continue to grow in the future. So what you can do is you can invest heavily to stay in the market and increase more of your market share. The example we have taken is this electric vehicles. Still, I mean, even now, if we take Tesla, they have a high market share. Like, if, I mean, when we think of electrical vehicles, who comes to our mind? Tesla. So they are a market leader when it comes to electrical vehicle. So their market share is high. And when it comes to this this electrical vehicle concept, even if it's still popular, still there are more, still it's like a new concept. There are so many other things that we can do in relevant to the electric vehicle. So we can expect a growth. So Tesla can keep investing in the production, marketing, and infrastructure relevant to their electric vehicles. Clear? Then we will move on to the cash cow. Cash cow means you are a market leader. You have like market share, but you can't expect a growth. That means you can generate cash from whatever the product you are selling in the market. Because up to now you are a market leader for that product. But you feel like that's it. There won't be any growth for this product. Then what you do is, what you can do is, in order for you to protect your profit and keep gaining cash, you have to reduce your cost. Reduce the cost. That means it's like this. So for the moment, it's profitable. But if there's no growth, like there is no more opportunity, right? So in order for you say milk cow, so in order for you to gain cash from the advantageous situation you are in, and to sustain the profit, what you can do is you can reduce or cut down on your cost. For that, what you can do? You can either go for vertical integration, or maybe, yeah, most of the part it would be vertical integration. Then, so the example I have taken here is, so yeah, the example I have taken is Apple iPhone. That means, Apple is market leader when it comes to phone. It's one of the market leaders. They are on the same stage as Samsung. But when it comes to a phone, like the features that you can add, there's a limit. Like not like a computer or a Mac. When it comes to a phone, and the number of features that you can add while making sure it's customer friendly, they are limited, right? You can't add so many features and expect customers to follow the same. Like, not everyone can use the features. So when we think about the features Apple can add while making sure they are customer friendly are limited. So in a way, when it comes to those Apple iPhone, not only iPhones, they are in this cash cow. So what they do is they have gone for the backward integration. They have their very own, those manufacturing plant in other countries. But they have but the main purpose of them doing that is to cut down on the cost. That means, like, it's the cash cow, it's like milking a cow. That means you are trying to generate, you are trying to get whatever the profit, whatever the cash that you can generate from the product, while making sure that you reduce the cost, because there's no more growth for the product. Clear? Okay, that's what we say under cash cow. Then question mark means things like this. So here, look at the position of question mark. Here, the market share is low, right? We don't have market share. But here, when we think about the growth rate, it is high. Okay. So the thing with question mark is this. The question mark can either become a star. That means, so we have a low market share, but we can expect a high growth rate, right? So the question mark can either become a star by increasing our market share, or the question mark can either become a dog by reducing the growth rate. Like question mark, it's doubtful, like you don't know. I mean, we say there's a high growth rate, but it's not like a, it's not fixated, we don't know for sure. So yeah, so first of all, we have to know whether our product will be a star or a dog. Okay, so let's say if it's we know it's going to be a star, then what you have to do, you have to invest aggressively, invest more, right? Then you realize this product will be a dog, then what you have to do is either go for something complete new, right? Here, the question mark becoming a star. So, so what the example we can take under here is Echo. It's a smart speaker, you know, like speakers with speakers that acts like a computer, like those I don't know the word you can call for it. You have seen a smart speaker, right? Yeah, so Amazon have a smart speaker. So with all of those, with all of the growth that technology has, they expected their market will be growing. But however, the market share of Amazon for a smart speaker was low, right? But but they had a hunch, even if they had a low market share, they were, fixated. They had proof that this industry will be growing in the future. So what they did was they aggressively invested more on their speaker. So what happened was, now it has become a market in the when it comes to smart speakers. Amazon's this Echo speaker is one of a leading speaker, right? They were question mark, but they realized with technology that there was a possibility for a growth to that product, to that industry. So they aggressively invested, and now it has become a star. For the dogs, like a question mark going to a dog product, the example we can take is this augmented glasses of AR glasses, like the glasses that we use when we do gaming and all. Yeah, so they are AR glasses. So earlier, Google was producing these AR glasses and they had low market share. What they tried to did was they initially tried to invested more, but that product was not popularly adopted by most of the consumers. I mean, even if we think about any consumers who play games, the even out of that, the number of consumers who are using AR are limited. Like other than that, most of them would just PlayStation and all. And when we just only think about gamers who would use AR, they are limited. So their product became a dog because those AR glasses was not widely accepted by consumers. Are you all clear? Then, yeah. So when your product is in this position, the door, but it's better to not to do any investment and to diversify, to go to another sector. And even if we think about all of those biscuits, most of the time they come up with so many flavors, right? But for dog, we can take, can you remember like seeing some flavors of biscuit only for a month, then they disappear. Why? It's not popular, it's not widely accepted. Right. Then formulating business level strategy. How do we compete? So here, the business level strategy is the one, that gives us the competitive advantage. When we say competitive advantage, it's like what makes us so different from our competitor and which help us our consumers to buy our product. That's what competitive advantage means. That means how our product is so different from our competitor plus, and it should help us for our consumers to buy our product over our competitor. Okay. So when we talk about business level strategy, how do we compete? How we are planning to give competition? So, business strategy is concerned with how the firm competes with a particular industry or market. To win a business unit must adopt a strategy that establish a competitive advantage over its rival. So, let's say, you know, maybe if we take a clothing company, maybe it's the cost, or maybe it's the customization, or maybe it is the use of sustainable like material. Like, I mean, nowadays, if we think about clothing pages and clothing business, there are so many. But the way that we can achieve a competitive advantage is only when we have something unique which is not possessed by our competitor. Okay, so it is a plan of action to use the firm's resources or capability and distinctive competencies to gain competitive advantage. So that's why we say when we talk about business strategy, we can either go for cost leadership, that means low cost, or differentiation strategy. Low cost means attempt to be efficient. We talked about this yesterday. Efficient means trying to produce more number of products using less number of input and offer a standard no frill product, useful for companies that are large and take advantage of economies of scale in production or distribution. Most of the those suppliers in Amazon, this is their strategy. Most of the Chinese suppliers, this is what they do. Organization must be the cost leader. That means when it comes to the cost, when it comes to the cost, these manufacturing, this company should be able to sell their product to the lowest cost possible. They are the cost leader. That means they are the one. This organization is the one who has the ability to sell the product to the lowest cost possible. This is what Amazon product are doing, and this is also what Chinese companies are also doing. That's why we say buy. We try to buy from Temu. Why? The cost is, I mean, their price is cheap compared to having to buy it in Sri Lanka. Then differentiation strategy. Attempt to be unique in its industry or market segment along some dimension that customer value, position based on higher product quality, excellent market and distribution, or superior service. What would you think? Like Tesla. Like when it comes to cars, when it comes to cars, electric cars, like I don't know how it will be the future, but at least for now, when we think of electrical vehicle, it's something unique. It's not, like not everyone can afford it. Something unique. Okay, so attempt to be unique. Out of all the cars in the industry, Tesla decided to be unique by adapting to be electric vehicles. Market segment along some dimensions that customer value. And why they decided to go for electrical vehicles? Why? Because now people started to give they decided to be more concerned about the like the global warming, the climate, and so customers wanted to be more sustainable. Position based on high product quality. They have that. Excellent marketing and distribution, no superior service. And when it comes to marketing strategy of Tesla, major part of it has to be with the fact that is owned by who? Elon Musk. So when we say cost driver, we talked, this is what we talk about. So outsourcing or vertical integration. That means we know if we, that means if we decided that our business strategy would be to be the cost leadership, we want to sell our product to the lowest cost possible. Then what can we do? Outsource. Outsource means some companies try to let other third party companies to manufacture some part of the product, because they know rather than us having to manufacture that product locally in our country, it is better to give it to third part. Why? Because they can produce the same component for a lesser price. Can you remember that Amazon video we saw? Here they were saying why even after all of those taxes and all, why they decided to outsource the component of their production to China, because it was more efficient and less costly to produce the product in China rather than producing the same product in USA. So that's why they outsource it. Then vertical integration, you see, we can acquire our buyer. Then bargaining power. For the bargaining power, it's better to have a bargaining power uh, for ourselves. Communication system and information technology. That means when you have more advanced technology, anyway, the production will be efficient. Input cost, supply chain efficiency, capacity utilization. That means When you try to produce in larger number of units, I told you, you can get economies of scale. Learning and experience, economies of scale, incentive system and culture. Let's say instead of the cost leadership, you you want to be, as the business strategy, you wanted to go for the differentiation. Then what do you have to focus on? You have to focus on the feature, durability, creative advertisement, easy to on order, wider coverage, expertise service, warranty. All of these are which you can utilize to give a differentiation for product or to make your product unique. Then we have functional list. So when we talk about strategy, first of all, we have corporate. Then we had business level. Then we had functional level. Functional level means like strategies that are implemented each of the function. That means each of the department implemented by each functional area of the organization to support the business level strategy. Ensure that departments operate in a manner that is consistent with business strategy. So now you decide, what will be your corporate strategy? What will be your business level strategy? What will be your functional level strategy? After deciding on that, now you implement the strategy. Organizations are adopting a comprehensive view of implementation. Organizations currently are applying a participative strategic management process to implementation. Then what you have to do is evaluate the result. Designed to support managers in evaluating the organization process with its strategy. When discrepancies are identified, corrective actions are taken. Encourage efficient operation that are consistent with the plan. Typically involves budget to monitor and control financial expenditure. So what you have to do is you have to realize whether have you been able to achieve your goal. Have you been able to achieve the objective? Then compare. Compare the actual result with the expected result. Then if there are any variations, take any actions. Are you all clear up to now? Amna, are you also clear? Amna, are you clear up to now? Okay. So now we will uh, learn this. How can we plan for a turbulent environment? So on the very first day, I told you when it comes to environment, it's ever evolving. The environment you have on today won't be the same environment that you have to deal with on tomorrow. And it will be dynamic and will be continuously changing. So we have to know how can we plan for a turbulent environment. So there are three approaches that we use to plan for a turbulent environment. First one, contingency plan. Second one, building scenario. Third one, crisis planning. Right. Remember, right. So, when we say contingency, it's like a plan B. Sometimes things do not go as you plan. There can be setback, unexpected condition, like unforeseeable risk. But remember, when we say contingency planning, uh, like they can disrupt your normal operation, but not necessarily, something so huge. Something, it's not something that's catastrophic, but it will disrupt your operation. Okay? So, for an example, company, right? Then Amazon's website goes down during Black Friday. Black Friday is a day where they get most of the sales. And on such a day, their website goes down. Then, as a contingency planning, what you can do, you can have backup servers. Then you can, maybe on your social media website, you can inform your customers that we are having problem with, it can sometimes happen when so many people try to access the website at once. So, what you can do is maybe on your social media or Twitter, you can inform your customer that you are currently dealing with such a problem, but we will get back to you. Then, also, maybe you can relocate the order to functioning warehouses. So likewise, I mean, after doing all of that, you can, uh, adjust, you can I mean, that means you can adjust your operations, or like you can make sure they come back to the level that you expected. Right, then if we think about automobile company, let's say for a company like Tesla, one of their suppliers suddenly say they can't, they can't supply battery. Then what you can do as a contingency planning, rather than, solely relying on one supplier, keep alternative supplier. I mean, even if you, that means like, even if you are, like that means having contacts. That means even if you have been only buying batteries from the supplier who discontinued, but still know that there are other suppliers who provide the same alternative. Then also, yes, then also what you can do in a case like that, you can even adjust your production to match, like that means you can try to produce car with the available number of parts until you get the necessary batteries from your alternate supply. So here, under the contingency planning, what happens is the something unexpected has happened. But remember, it's not catastrophic. It's not a huge deal. Only your day-to-day operations has disrupted. And the main goal is making sure that you can try to do your operations as usual. That's contingency plan. Then building scenario means like a what if situation. So let's say like let's say you are opening a retail business and you're opening online like a website for a retail business. And what are the possible scenarios that you can have for such a situation? Either you can have high website traffic as well as sale. Then what you can do is you have to increase the number of then you have to increase the investment you spend on your marketing and expand the product range. That means like if there is high traffic, you have to make sure that you have large number of products. Then let's say you have low traffic. Not many people are buying your product online as you expected. Then what you can do? You can either offer discount or improve the website and ask, like maybe do get a customer feedback and see why they aren't opting for online clothing or like buying clothing using the website. The same thing happens with airlines. Let's say when we say airlines, they are the demand for their like those seats can increase as well as decrease, right? So let's say suddenly the demand for people started to fly more, like I mean, started to use airlines more. Then what can you do? You can try to add more flights, try to hire temporary staff, and reopen international routes. Then the demand is suddenly low. Then what you can do? So you anyway know not many people are trying to fly. Then what you can do? Instead of focusing on people, you can try to focus more on the cargo. Then you can try to use less number of plane and postpone aircraft order. Then again, think of a company who is trying to launch a new smartphone. So what can happen? Either there will be a high demand or there will be a low demand. If there is a high demand for your smartphone, try to increase the production. If there is less demand, that means you need to promote your phone more. Try to spend more money on promotional campaign. Then make sure that the customers like they are aware of the features of your phone. Things like that. Then crisis plan. The reason why I kept saying when it comes to contingency planning, it is not something catastrophic is because otherwise these two can sound confusing. When it comes to contingency planning, it is a setback, unexpected condition, and I told you not something catastrophic, right? Then crisis means it is a setback, but now this is catastrophe. Organization should engage in crisis planning to enable them to cope up with unexpected events that are so sudden as well as devastating, and they have potential to destroy the organization. Now, what happened? The setbacks happened under crisis planning. They not only disrupt your usual day-to-day operation, they have the potential to destroy the organization. if managers are not prepared with quick and appropriate response. Let's say, like if we think about a country like Japan, they have so many earthquakes. So let's say if your organization was impacted by earthquake, then what would you do? That's a crisis plan. So when we say crisis planning, it involves two major stages. That means you can either take prevention. You like you what you can think you can do the actions that will make sure whatever that means like uh, the prevention means you want to stop the crisis from happening. Preparation means crisis has already happened and you want to mitigate the impact of it. Okay? Clear? So, crisis planning. Crisis preparation includes all the detailed planning to handle a crisis when it occurs. Three steps in the preparation stages are designing a crisis management team and spokesperson, creating a detailed crisis management plan, setting up an effective communication system. Crisis planning prevention. It involves activities such as building relationships and directing signals from the environment that managers undertake to try to prevent crisis from occurring and to direct warning signs of potential crisis. Like, can't think of something right now. Prevention, something like maybe a earthquake matter, like right until, you can feel its impact, you can install a earthquake meter and be ready for earthquake. Organize. So all up to now, we were talking about planning. So we were currently we are talking about the functions of management. The first function is planning. The second one is organizing. Managers are also responsible for arranging work to accomplish the organizational goal. We call this function organizing. It involves the process of determining what tasks are to be done, who is to do them, how the tasks are to be grouped, who reports to whom, and where decisions are to be made. Right? So, under this, we design and define a clear organizational structure such as matrix or hierarchy. So hierarchy means the usual, so when we say, I told you organizational structure, it mainly consists of who reports to who, So matrix means this. Sorry, matrix was this the exam. I think it's better if I do the hierarchy, then move on to matrix. Hierarchy means, let's say, we have the CEO, right? Under the CEO, we have different departmental head, maybe HR, maybe marketing, maybe finance. Then under HR head, they have several staff. So the reporting goes like HR, the heads of HR, marketing and finance, they report to who? CEO. And when it comes to, The staff that work under the HR manager, they report to the HR manager. That's what we call hierarchy, the hierarchy structure. This is the usual structure that we see, okay? Now, matrix means they have to report to two people. It mostly happens with technological related companies, okay? So let's say they have, maybe they have a CEO and they also have this usual department, HR, not when it comes to it happens in technology. So maybe let's say software, hardware, just assume the robotics or AI. Then, apart from this, separately they have project. And the project is responsible of, let's say, there's a project manager. So, and there is a staff who work under the software side, staff A. He reports to both the software manager plus the project manager. Why? Because while working on the software manager, he is the one who is doing the software side of this project. Okay? Clear? Amna, are you also clear?
Yes, miss.
Allocates resources efficient. So when we say, the budgeting part, that happens under the organization, such as types of equipment, finances, material and personnel, and not only the resources. So what mainly happens on the organization is, so with planning, we comes up with the vision and mission. Then I told you we have these goals and objective. Okay. So the objective, let's take this example. So let's say this is our objective. Example, increase, this is the objective, okay? Increase the profit by 10% within a year, right? Now, this is just the objective, okay? Now, in order to achieve this objective, several different objective, several jobs are given to each of the department. So, in order to increase the profit, maybe we invest more. That will be the job of finance. Then for procurement, try to make sure to reduce the cost compared to last year. Then for marketing department, try to hire or try to get more number of students. So that's what organizing does. And after saying that, we allocate them enough resources, like the funds, equipment, the people. So for an example, let's say for marketing department, we say try to get, 50, no, 100, try to, get 100 new targets, try to get 100 more students. And the marketing department may say we only have two people working under the marketing department, we need more people. Then more personnel, more people will be allocated to the marketing department in order to achieve that objective. Uphold responsibility and assign tasks to individual or team. Then you have to give responsibilities as well. For an example, we say this is the responsibility of you, finance manager. This is the responsibility of you, HR manager. Now, okay, then apart from that, if we take the case of a finance manager for the no, if we take the, like, anyway, there will still be employees who will be working under each of those managers as well, and they will have to perform a task, and performing that task in an efficient manner is that individual's responsibility. Define roles and create systems to ensure tasks are executed. Overlook on the effects that coordinate and align with the organizational goal. A manufacturing company follows established rules to assign tasks, schedule shift, and ensure raw materials are accessible. Then leading. Who do you think is a leader? Just give any idea. What would you do? Like when we say he's a leader, what would he like? What would he like? What would be his role? Huh? Manager? No. I told we will talk about in the coming slide. So it's like this. So usually, uh, uh, usually leader can be a manager, right? But not every manager can be a leader, right? So leader means someone who leads, someone who guides, someone who gives direction to the employee. Okay, every organization include people, and management job is to work with and through other people to accomplish organizational goal. This is the leading function. So, like the one who leads this management process is the leader. When managers motivate the subordinate, influence or individuals or teams as they work, select the most effective communication channel, or deal in any way employee behavior issues they are leading. So let's say, again, take any company. There is, leader, like there is just a person they have appointed as a leader. He's not doing anything, right? So doing anything, he just say like this is our goal and you have to follow. Will people start to work on achieving any of those goals? No. There's a leader who say this is the goal, just do it. Like no guidance and nothing. So this is why say leader is actually an important figure when it comes to making your organization goals a reality, because he's the one the employees will rely on to doing their part uh, to accomplish the organizational goals. The meaning of leadership. Leadership is both a process and a property. As a process, focusing on what leaders actually do. Leadership is the use of non-cohesive. Non-cohesive means you can't use force in order to influence, to shape the group or organizational goals, motivate behavior toward the achievement of those goals, and help define group or organizational culture. As a property, leadership is a set of characteristics attributed to individuals who are perceived to be a leader. Thus, leaders are people who can influence. Like you should, a leader should be able to influence the behavior of others without having to rely on force. Now, this is like a main part. If you can't influence someone's behavior, then there won't be a point of having someone as a leader. People whom others accept as leaders. That means like this. So, when we say a leader, there should be people who, there should be followers. Followers means there should be employee or any other people who has accepted and follow you as their leader. So that's why we say people whom others accept as a leader. If a leader doesn't have any followers, then he can't be a leader. From this definition, it should be clear that leadership and management are related, but they are not the same. Okay, so let's think about the difference. When it comes to creating an agenda for management, planning, and we are talking about management, planning and budgeting, establishing detailed steps and timetable for achieving needed result, and allocating the resources necessarily to make those needed results happen. That's management agenda. For leader, it's about establishing the direction. And also, do you realize once only leader provide the direction, management can start on planning and the budgeting part. Leadership means developing a vision of the future, often the distant future, and strategies for producing the changes needed to achieve that vision. Then, when we think about developing a human network for achieving the agenda, organizing and staff, we are talking about management, establishing some structure for accomplishing plan requirement, staffing that structure with individuals, delegating responsibility and authority for carrying out the plan, providing policies and procedure to help guide people, and creating methods or system to monitor implementation. Leaders, instead, what they do is they communicate the direction rather than focusing on structure. Leaders communicate the direction by words and deeds to everyone whose cooperation may be needed to influence the creation of teams that understand the vision and strategy and accept their validity. So here, what management does is they control and solve the problem, monitoring the result versus planning in some detail. Then they identify on deviation and try to solve on the problem. But what leader does it? They try to motivate and inspire people instead. Energize people to overcome any major political, bureaucratic, and resource barrier by satisfying very basic but often unfulfilled human needs. What will be the outcome of management? Produces a degree of predictability and order, has the potential to produce consistency major result expected by stakeholder. For an example, when we say stakeholders, we are referring to customer. But when it comes to the leader, they produce change, often to a dramatic degree, and has the potential to produce extremely useful change. For example, are you looking at the lectures on the lecture notes now? So when we say controlling, so here simply this is what happens in controlling. We are seeing whether what we plan is really happening, and if there are any deviations or variations, we try to take actions to solve that problem. Controlling, the final management function managers perform is control. It's the last management function. After the goals are set and the plans are formulated, this happened in the planning part. The structural arrangements determined. This happened in the organizing part. And the people are hired, trained, and motivated. This happened in the leading part. There has to be some evaluation of whether things are going as planned. That means, let's say, we put an objective of trying to increase the profit for the year by 10%. Then at the end of the day, sorry, at the end of the year, after preparing our financial statements, we see actually compared to the last year, whether on current year, our profit has been increased by 10%. Now that's what we call controlling, to ensure that work is going as it should. Managers must monitor and evaluate the performance. Actual performance must be compared with the previously set goal. If there are any significant deviation, like a change, it's the management job to get the work performance back on track. This process of monitoring, comparing, and correcting is what we mean by controlling action. So what happened on the controlling is we compare, and then if we see whether there is a change, and if there are, then we try to take corrective actions. Right. So that's it. So then we think of a manager. Usually we say for a manager, he or she, if someone is a manager, he or she has to play certain role, right? So Henry Mintzberg, a prominent management researcher, says that what managers do can be best described by looking at the roles they play at work. So this person is saying what manager do can be classified into 10 roles. From his study of actual managers at work, Mintzberg developed a categorization of scheme for defining what managers do. He concluded that managers perform 10. These roles are different, but they are highly interrelated, right? So here we say manager is working as a figurehead, a leader, and a liaison. So when we talk about these three roles, we call these three roles interpersonal. That means the roles that mostly have to do with like those are the roles that mostly involve people. So it can, and those people can be within your organization as well as outside the organization. So, so when we say, for an example, figurehead, symbolic head, obliged to perform a number of routine duties of a legal or social nature. That means like figurehead. That means he's like the representative part. So, and he will, and the manager will go as a figurehead to greet the visitor, to sign legal document. Then, if we think about manager as a leader, responsible for motivating the subordinates, responsible for staffing, training, and associated duty. So, managers are responsible for motivating your staff. For an example, performing virtually all activities that involve subordinate. Liaison means like the intermediary part. Maintain self-developed network of outside contact and informers who provide favors and information. For an example, let's say for a the finance man, like a company wants to know how much money they have received as interest for one of their fixed deposit, and who will call the bank? The finance manager. The finance manager will work as a liaison between the bank and the company, acknowledging mail, doing external board work, performing other activity than involve outsiders. Clear? Are you clear? Then they also play the role of informational role. Informational role means it has to do with receiving information, collecting information, and disseminating, like interpreting, like you get the information. So what it means? So that also has to be done by the manager. So if we say monitor, seek and receive wide variety of internal and external information to develop thorough understanding of organization and environment. Example, reading periodic and reports, maintaining personal contact. That has to be done by the manager. Then disseminator, transmit information received from outside or from subordinate, that means employee, to members of the organization, holding informational meeting, making phone calls to relay information. For an example, the managers are the one who, like present the financial statements at the board meeting. Spokesperson transmit information to outside of an organization plan, policy, action or result. Holding board meeting, giving information to media. Then manager also play the roles of the decisional roles, right? And this involved around, as the name suggests, taking decision. So when we say entrepreneur, searches organization and its environment for opportunities and initiates improvement project to bring about changes, organizing strategy and review sessions to develop new program. Disturbance handler, responsible for corrective action when organization faces important unexpected disturbance. Like for most of the time, even in retail market, when something happens, that's why most of the time consumers ask them to call the manager, because he is the one who handles the disturbance. Example, organizing strategy and review sessions that involve disturbance and crisis. Resource allocator, responsible for the allocation of organizational resource of all kinds, making or approving all significant organizational decisions. Example, scheduling, requesting authorization, performing any activity that involves budgeting and the programming of subordinate work. The negotiator, responsible for representing the organization at major organization, participating in union contract negotiation. The evidence generally support the idea the managers, regardless of the type of the organization or the level in the organization, they perform similar role. However, the emphasis the managers give to the various role seem to change with their organizational level. That means most of the time, the emphasis given to each of the role depend on the level of them as a manager. For an example, uh, for example, here what we have said is the disseminator, figurehead, negotiation, liaison, spokesperson are more important at the higher levels of the organization, where the leader role is more important for lower level. By leader role, we are referring to like a supervisor role. Is more important for lower level manager than it is for either middle or top level manager. And also when it comes to, this management skills, conceptual skills means, like this planning and all, that skills is mainly needed by the top management, because most of the time what middle management and lower management do is they follow the orders given by the top management. But however, when it comes to these human skills, that means like the skills that you need to interact with any other human, that is needed by manager in every type of level. Then for technical skills, it's mainly needed by the lower level management. Here we will say technical skills. We said that is mainly needed by lower level. Include knowledge and proficiency in a certain specialized field, such as engineering, computer, like the technical, that means like in the way when we take the organizational structure at the way below, those most of the time the employees at the way below are the ones who are doing the most work, the technical work. So that's why they need the technical skills such as engineering, computer, accounting, or manufacturing. If we think about like a garment, those garment workers, these skills are more important at a lower level management, since these managers are dealing directly with employee doing the organization work. So when we say technical skill, it's mainly needed by the supervisors, because other than supervising roles, they also still have to do what the employees doing. Human skills involve the ability to work well with other people, both individually as well as in a group. When we say human, you should be able to work well in individual by yourself as well as a group, because managers deal directly with people. This skill is crucial. And I told you like the main thing that separate manager from a non-managerial employee is a coordination. So that means you are coordinating people. So when you are a manager, anyway you have to work with people. This skill is crucial. Managers with good human skills are able to get the best out of their people. They know how to communicate, motivate, lead, and inspire enthusiasm and trust. These skills are equally important at all levels of management. Okay. Conceptual means like more like brain work are the skills that managers must have to think and conceptualize, imagine, forecast about abstract and complex situations. Using these skills, managers must be able to see the organization as a whole. See, that's why, we say the vision part is mostly done by the top management. And that's why they need the conceptual skills. Understand the relationship among various subunits and visualize how the organization fits into the broader environment. These skills are the most important at the top management. Okay. Now we have another lesson. Right. So, what do you think globalization is? I mean, like it's a very well-known concept. So, what do you think is globalization? You are aware of the term, but don't know how to interpret it. Okay. So, Afika, do you have any idea what globalization means?
No, ma'am.
Amna?
No, no, miss.
Okay, so I will explain. So, when we say now we are globalized, the world has been globalized. In simple terms, it means now there are no border between countries. It's very in the simplest context, that's what it means, right? So, yeah, what is globalization? Which imply the world is free from national boundaries and that it is a really borderless world. Okay, so like usually in the way back earlier, what's happening within one country only impacted that country only, right? But now, due to the globalization, maybe it's due to the technology, okay? But now, due to the globalization, what happens in a country also impact another country, right? So that's why we say now the world is free from national boundary. The impact of something that's happening within their country is not limited to that country's boundary. It goes beyond and now it can impact another country as well. The extent to which trade and investment. Right? So when we say globalization, trade and investment, information, social, cultural idea, political cooperation, all of these elements are exchanged between countries. Okay. So usually when we say globalization, the only thing that comes to our mind is technology. But not only that, when we say globalization, even trade and investments are exchanging between country. Information now also exchange between country. Social and cultural idea also exchange between country. Political cooperation also exchange between country. I will give you examples. Then you can have an idea. So, when we say trade and investment, trade means mainly import and export. So, when we think about Sri Lanka, what we do, we export our tea to countries like UK, Russia, and Middle East. Even if we, have what do you call, even if we have tea here in Sri Lanka, within the boundary of Sri Lanka, still the Sri Lankan tea is what consumed by the consumers in UK, Russia, and Middle East. That's globalization. Another part is when we think about international brands like Nike, Victoria's Secret, and Marks and Spencer, they have the garments in Sri Lanka, right? So even that means now we have that means they have invested in a country like Sri Lanka. Clear? So that it's like this. So even like the headquarters of Nike, Victoria's Secret, Marks and Spencers are overseas. Still, they have invested in Sri Lanka and they are sourcing their product from a country like Sri Lanka. And also another, a very prominent thing we can think under investment is those Hambantota port and port city. When we think about not even those like the highway is mainly, it's established with the help with the investment of a Chinese company. It's a very well known factor. The same thing can be said on the Hambantota port. I think that was also established with the investment from China. Then the same thing can be said from Colombo Port City, but I'm not sure like in which countries have given their investment. But anyway, Colombo Port City was also established with the investment of other country. That's also a globalization. Then when we think about information, and let's if we think about those social media, now if even we still can see, uh, I mean like so I mean, like, let's say a Sri Lankan company is advertising the Sri Lankan product using their social media platform. But still, a foreigner in a different country can also see those promotional event, the campaign, right? Then not only that, even Sri Lankan companies provide IT services for foreign clients like IFS. And also, like several people, follow international outlets like BBC, Al Jazeera. I mean, like through those sources, we get to see the information that happened in other country. So let's say if earthquake happened in Japan or like any of those countries, still we get to hear about that even despite being in Sri Lanka, because the information is exchanging between two countries. Then social and cultural idea. I think the best thing is, this labubu, we call this demand for labubu. It actually, I don't know where it originated, but probably in another country. Then, due to all of those demand, Sri Lankan peoples also what? They also started uh, fantasizing about this labubu doll. You have seen this, right? You have one. Okay. Shine, yeah. So, see, that's why. Then, and also this McDonald's. So, definitely when we think about McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut, the headquarters of those fast food restaurants, they were not originated in Sri Lanka, but still through licensing as Sri Lankans, even we are also get to consume now we can't consume McDonald's, but still now we can consume KFC, I mean food from KFC and Pizza Hut and even Domino. And then this not the craziness but the affection Sri Lankans have for this India, like the Bollywood, whether it be Hollywood, even those movies are not produced here, but still we are we are interested about those Bollywood and Hollywood movies. And another thing is sports like cricket. I mean, like most of when we say cricket match, whether it be Sri Lankans, Indian, most of the people, like they worship, even if they are like, if even if you are Sri Lankan, you still worship. Even Indians are playing. Like it's not limited to their country. Then political cooperation. So when we say political cooperation, we can think about, how we get those reforms under the IMF. That's also sort of a way like a political cooperation. Then I told you how we get those FTA, how we have, as a country, we have signed FTAs with countries like India. That helps us to reduce taxes when we try to import and export. And political cooperation, again, we can say Sri Lanka is a part of UN, United Nations. So it's also the responsibility of Sri Lanka to contribute for the peacekeeping. So that's why we say, when we say globalization, we actually, for most part, we only tend to see it in one aspect, right? But actually, when we say globalization, it involves the exchange of trade and investment, information, social and cultural idea, political cooperation flow. International business refer to a business across country. That means our business is not limited to the our home country. We have expanded our business. Why did something happen? Did it turn off now? Yeah. Did someone from the front desk let you anything? No, right? No. It's just we have been informed to come to the since the classes are starting at 9 o'clock. You all are expected to be here by 9 o'clock. I think they have even put a message on the group as well on today. Is there a reason that you can't come at 9 o'clock? Sorry? Yeah, but you're always coming to the class at this time, right? Last time my grandma hospital. Okay. So anyway, from next week onwards, try to come to the class at 9 o'clock, okay? Because the academic coordinator asked me to tell all of you guys. Yeah. Your friend is not here on today. Oh, fever. Another guy is at home. Okay, it's okay. Anyway, I told you because then you guys know. Okay. So from next week onwards, try to come by 9 o'clock. Since the class is starting at 9 o'clock. Okay. Now, fine, right? Okay. So we have completed. I can't remember the last time I talked on last Sunday. So we have completed, I think, one or two lessons, right? One lesson. 1.5 lessons. Okay. So you can refer to the recordings and get hold of those, okay? I'm telling to you. I mean, take a look at the recordings, otherwise you will be confused. So today we are talking about globalization. We just started it. So international business refer to business across country. So that means like under the globalization, your business, if we say the country that you're operating is as the home country, it is not only limited to your home country. It goes beyond your home country as well. It includes any type of business activity that crosses national boundaries. That means import export. International business involve transfer of goods, services, capital, knowledge, and information across national boundaries. So when we say capital, it's like this. So when we try to export, we get foreign currency, right? As for our country. Clear? So, and when we try to import, we have to pay foreign currency. So, foreign currencies are exchanged between two countries. International business can be carried out by individuals, organization, and by government. So, when we only think about individual and organization, they are, they have started this they have, I mean, like they have involved in the globalization for the profit motive, like they want to earn a profit. That's why they have participated in the globalization. But when we think of government, they are mainly involved in the globalization for the service motive. That means to provide service for their citizens, or like to satisfy any needs of their citizens. Nature of a international business. As studied earlier, international business relate to business activity, then transcend the national border. Transcend means cross the national border. It may be confined to few countries outside, or it may be throughout the world. Hence, it is called a global business. Clear? Clear. Any business is carried out for the sake of profit. It's like the primary objective. Whether it is an internal business or an international business, that means whether your business is only, whether you're only operating in the home country, or whether you try to like try to sell your product to more than one country, more than your home country, still the profit is the primary motivator. You're doing your business to earn the profit. However, in international business, the profit advantage will be more, as opportunities are several and also very large. So what we are trying to say is when companies try to expand the what do you call, the profit that they can get is larger than what they can get at their home country. International business may take the form of import and export of commodities. They may be raw material or manufactured goods. So sometimes even they will be exchanging raw materials, like let's say, like chips or maybe machinery. Then other than that, they will be exchanging manufactured goods like clothing. There may be investment of capital in manufacturing, extractive, and agricultural sector, and also transport and communication. So that means So when we try to go international, we can not only sell our product as a company, we can even invest our capital on either manufacturing, extractive and agricultural or transport, right? So if we think about transport, that's what China did. So they invested in, they make an investment to create our highways. Okay. Then for manufacturing, Toyota building their own car factories in USA or UK. The companies like Toyota, it's a Japanese. Toyota was originated in Japan. They build their own car factories in countries like USA and UK. So what they did, that company belongs to them. So that's an investment. Then for extractive, the shell companies have invested on oil exploration in countries like Nigeria. Not only they are sharing, they are exchanging product and services. They have invested money as well. Then for agriculture, yeah. Then again for communication, this Vodafone, it's originated in UK. They have invested in telecom networks in India. It's not their country, but still they have invested. Then the nature of international business might be by investment in international services like banking, advertising, or tourism. So when we think about this banking, this if we think about HSBC, it's originated in Shanghai, but still they have so many other branches in several countries, right? Then for advertising, you know, if we think about advertising firm, they not only have clients from their home country, they have foreign clients as well. Then for tourism, tourism, you can think of a travel company. They offer local packages as well as international travel packages. It may be in the nature of transactions involving copyright, patent, trademark, and process of technology. So, when we think of copyright, so the Disney, so Disney has copyrighted Mickey Mouse, right? So if any company who wishes to use Disney, let's say assume India, India wants to produce lunch boxes with the pitch of Disney, then they have to take permission of uh, the Disney company. Okay. Then under that we have that's for copyright. For patent, uh, for patent, we are all aware of this Pfizer injection, right? Pfizer, yeah. So if any company want to, they also want to start producing the Pfizer injection, then they have to take the patent from the country that it originated. Then trademark. Trademark, Apple have a trademark, the half-beaten apple. Then Coca-Cola, the Nike, they also have a trademark. That's why, if any of those companies get to know that any of, another companies using their trademark, they can go to the court and take any actions against them. Then technology processors. The very well-known example is what? This Microsoft Office software. I mean, I don't. It's a. I mean, like it's a technology of Microsoft. Still, every company in most of the countries is used the Microsoft Office package. International business is not only buying and selling of finished product, but also of input required for manufacture. In short, international business may confine to input, output, and also throughput. What is meant by throughput? It is the material produced in one country and sold in another country, making them or shaping them as useful material. Here I have given an example. Assume gold, diamond, and pearls may be like those gold, diamonds, and pearls are extracted from one country and they could be converted into jewelry. They are extracted in their original form from one country and they will be sent to another country to convert into a jewelry. And these can be exported to another country after converting to jewelry. If India import diamond from South Africa and make jewelry with them and export them, the diamonds are the throughputs for India. Clear? You are clear, right? Uh, in the same manner, crude petroleum can be imported for refining in the country's refineries. And these refined could be exported to some other country. Then crude oil becomes a throughput. There is a lot of outsourcing in the international business. So I will explain this and then we can take the break. Outsourcing means you give the power to a third party to do a business, right? To do, like to manufacture one of your components, things like that. So when we say outsourcing, it doesn't necessarily mean we have given it to a third party in another country. Just outsource, just the general term of outsourcing means we have taken a contract. We have given a third party the power to involve in our manufacturing process. When we give the outsourcing to a party, to a third party in another country, we call it offshoring. Okay, offshore, out of the shore, right? So the sourcing is nothing but the procuring. This refers to a series of steps and process a firm uses to acquire the components it needs to produce its own goods and services. Okay. So now it's 1 2 1 3, right? So then let's meet at 135. Afika and Amna, let's take the break now and let's meet at 1:35. Afika? Afika and Amna, you guys are there, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
So here I have given examples for globalization. First one is Tata Consultancy. So the example here I have taken is based from cars, but not only that, they have diversified into so many other sectors. Uh, India-based Tata Consultancy services get more than half of its revenue from North America. Even though Tata-based consultancy is located, I mean, they are originated from India, they get from the total revenue, more than half of it is come from North America. At the same time, they are producing nano cars for local market, small and affordable, most probably for country like India. And on the other hand, they produce luxury cars like Jaguar, catering the North American consumer. So that's also an example of globalization. And why do they product separate cars for local market and luxury market, like premium cars, because the consumers they have in local market, and in other countries their preferences are different. Then another example, Sri Lanka consuming the Dow product manufactured in India, but when we talk about the USA consumers, they are using the Dow product manufactured in USA. So most of the time, what we consume as Sri Lankan was manufactured in India. Whereas for Americans, they consume the same Dow product manufactured in USA. The reason is the Sri Lanka fall under the Unilever South Asia, right? Where India is the main manufacturing hub because it's close, large factory and lower cost. South Asian countries, including Sri Lanka, often trade under agreements that make import from India cheaper than from other regions. If dove for Sri Lanka came from the USA, the import duties would make the product far more expensive. So, as we know, India is located closer to Sri Lanka is located closer to India. So that's why we are importing the dove product from the Indian warehouse. And apart from that, since we live in a close by, distance, our what do you call this, freight free, and the transportation fees also less. And not only that, since I have mentioned to you, like we have signed a free trade agreement with countries like India. That means the amount we have to pay as tariff is comparably smaller, or it has reduced compared to the amount of tax the other people are paying. So in that situation, it's profitable, or it's realistic for Sri Lankans to get those dove product delivered from the Indian warehouse, right? But when we think about USA, most of the time they prefer, they have very strict regulation, and most of the time they encourage every company to, locally produce their product. And that's the main reason I told you Trump imposed those tariffs. They want companies to locally produce whatever the product they are selling without importing those. So USA always encourage company rather than importing to locally manufacture the product within the country boundary. So that's why in order for the USA consumers, they have to produce those products in a warehouse in USA. The FDA labeling environmental standards all have to be complied due to the USA regulations. Every manager needs to think globally because the world is a source of business threats and opportunity. That means when we think of a market for product, we should not only think that the home country as its market. We should try to think beyond our home country, because of course they are by trying to expand our product we get opportunities, but remember there are threats as well. Even managers who spend their entire career working in their hometown have to be aware of the international environment. Let's take and probably interact with people from other culture. Use of social media to promote the product. So let's take this example. So I can you remember the video I showed you last week about how Amazon suppliers have to close down some of their, yes, due to those trade barrier. So remember, I mean, just imagine it doesn't exist, like Trump hasn't increased the sales. But imagine there are toy suppliers who locally manufacture the toys within the boundaries of USA. And from what we could remember, we know when they try to locally produce those toys, they tend to be expensive because everything from labor, raw material, they are expensive. But what some other people would do is they would outsource this, this manufacturing process to companies in China, right? So then what happened is they get their production costs become cheaper. They get to sell their product cheaper compared to the one who produced local. So that's what I'm saying. So even if you are a manager who's like the operation of your product is only limited to your home country, still if your competitors are have expanded or they have or gone for offshoring, it still impacts you. It doesn't, I mean, like, just because you are only operating within your home country doesn't mean you don't get impacted with the international environment. Clear? Not clear? Clear, right? One result is that countries, business, and people become increasingly interdependent. So let's take the same example of where toy companies outsource their, the manufacturing part of their toys to Chinese company. Now they are interdependent with China. So let's say now China also come up with I think they have come up, they have increased the import taxes to USA. Now what? Now that also impact US, I mean you. I mean, even if your country is in USA, it still impacts you because now they have imposed, like a very increased tariff on the product that is being imported from China to America, right? So what happens in China also impact on you. So when companies try to go international, what happens is like the other countries where they have outsourced or where they exchange product, what happens in that country also ultimately impact your product. Okay. India-based Tata consultancy services get more than half of its revenue from North America, while the US firm IBM gets 65% of its tech services revenue from overseas, with sales in India growing 41% in one recent quarter. So let's say now from what we can see, the Tata gets more than half of its revenue from North America. Just imagine the government in North America increase the income tax. Then what happens? The consumable income of North American consumers, it get decreased. Then what we can imagine, the demand or the demand for the Tata-based Tata consultancy services from North America will be low, and indirectly it will reduce the revenue that they are generating from North America. Clear, right? And while Japan, Honda get 65% of its part for the court for the United States or Canada and assemble the vehicle in Ohio. So they take the parts from US or Canada and doing the assemble part in Ohio. US-based General Motor make the Chevrolet HHR in Mexico with part that comes from all over the world. See, like it's completely globalized. Here, when we take this Japan Honda car example, they take what call like they take the assembly, like they get the part from either USA or Canada and then do the assembly in Ohio. Then when it comes to this US based General Motor, yeah, they are doing the business in Mexico, but however, they are getting parts imported from all over the country. Increased demand and sharp increase in the price of garlic in China caused the price of herb to jump 10% in the United States. So herb is like a spice company. So what happened was during this time, so this happened in the United States during the year 2009 and 10. So a majority of the garlic that was, like the majority of the supply, the majority of the garlic supply in USA was imported from China. Okay. Then during this time, Chinese people had a flu called H1N1 flu. And many consumers start to believe if they consume garlic, then they will be able to prevent or at least treat flu. So rather than using it for, like cooking purpose, they even started using garlic to treat their flu. So what happened? Now the demand for the garlic increased in China. But what the problem was, year before 2009, in the year 2009, the price of garlic was low, right? So suppliers did not, they didn't increase their supply. Rather, they decreased the supply. Why? Because when you can sell the garlic for lower price, you don't get, like you get less number of profit. So what they did was, since last year's price of garlic was low, they did not harvest most of them, most of the garlic. So anyway, so what happened on China was, anyway, the demand, the consumer demand for garlic increased. But however, their supply was limited. Then whatever the supply that United States could import from China, they became so expensive. Why? Because of what happened in China. Clear, right? Clear. Are you also clear? So now this is a picture. So this is a picture of Procter and Gamble, right? And they are selling the Pampers made in the Southeast Asia. Now this is also a result of globalization. It's same as, the supermarket selling those buldak, right? Those spicy noodles in Sri Lanka. Buldak noodles, so yeah, those, yeah. It's also a result of globalization. Then globalization index. So it is a index where we can see like what sort of countries have been more globalized, like the extent to the countries have been globalized today. So globalization has been on the rise since the 1970s. And we say that because during the 1970, the industrialization happened. That means uh, the employees starting to use technologies to do their work for the production. That's what we call industrialization. And most industrialization nation, that means the countries that were really heavy on industrialization back in 1970 are what they believe to be the same country who have been more globalized. Okay, so the KOF, Swiss Economic Institute, measure aspect of globalization and rank countries on a globalization index. Exhibit 4.1 shows how selectors countries ranked on 2010 index. So this is the chart for 2010 index based on the year of 2007 compared to their degree of globalization in the mid 1970s. So can you see the graph clearly on the screen, right? So here, what they have painted in this brown or orange color is the mid 1970s statistic, and the one colors in blue is what represent the extent to how they have been globalized. So if we think of Germany, they have been heavy on industrialization by 54.25. Then when we think about their globalization, it has a value of 84 point. So Germany has been heavy on industrialization. At the same time, by 2007, they have been highly globalized as well. Then we think about UK. They for industrialization, they had a value of 61.72. At the same time, they also have been highly globalized with a point that's above 80. Then France, again, they were also highly industrialized with a point of 59.34 in result. They also have a higher value for globalization. Italy, the same thing. Switzerland, the same thing. And United States also, the same thing. Also, can you see something here? So if we think here, so let's say when we only think about those, industrial aspect, the country that has the lowest value for industrialization is Italy, right? The value is 51.71, which is the lowest out of the values that you can see in the below. Did someone come? Right? But in below, then when we look at the, the value Italy has for their globalization, it's above 80. It's 82.26, right? However, when we think about United States, so when we think about USA in terms of the industrialization, they have a value that's above Italy. The value for Italy regarding to the industrialization is 51.71. See, you can see, right? Then when we think about USA, the value they have in related to industrialization is 61, which is a higher value than Italy. Are you all clear? Clear, right? But, and then we think about the globalization of Italy, they have 82. But if you look at the USA's term, despite having a higher value for the industrialization, they still have a value lower than Italy for their globalization index. Can you see here? Afika, can you see the screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, I mean, even in this mode, you can still see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so here, see, here the value is 82, but here the value is 78, despite having a higher value for industrialization. Why do you think that's the reason? The reason is, so as we know, USA is sort of it's highly globalized, but at the same time, still, no matter how much they have globalized, they still encourage the domestic production. That's why. The blue color one is the indication of how much they have globalized. This part, okay? Then the one below the brown no orange, this part indicates how revolutionized they were during this industrialization. Okay, so what I want to say is right here. So if we think about Italy, the value they have for industrialization is this 51.71. It is the lowest value out of the industrialization, right? In contrast to that, if we see Italy's globalization value, it has a value that's above 80, 82.26, right? You can see that. But if we think about USA, the USA's industrialization value is 61, which is something that's higher than Italy. But if we take a look at their globalization value, their value is less than 82, or their value is low. Why? Because even if they encourage, like this import and trade in the trading business, still they encourage the manufacturers to produce local. That's why. Okay. Afika, Amna, you two are also clear, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Afika, Amna, are you all clear up to now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Right. So I changed the slide now. Can you see that I have changed the slide?
Yeah.
Okay. So, United States is the least globalized of the countries shown in the world. Among the 201 countries on the KOF index, the US ranks number 27. So that means out of the countries, out of the list of the countries who have been globalized, US ranks number 7. It is the 27th globalized country. The most globalized country, and these and for this graph, I have taken the index values from 2022. The previous one was from, I think, 2012. No, 2007. These are the ranking for the 2022. So now the most globalized countries according to KOF index are, the very first one is Netherlands. Its globalization rate is 89.7. Can you see, or do I need to increase the size? You can see, right? Then if we think about Switzerland, it has a globalized value of 89.6. Then we have Belgium, UK, German, Sweden, likewise. So here, what I have highlighted here are the countries who has ranking on the 2007 list as well as on the 2022. So here most of like countries, Belgium, Austria, Hungary, Portugal, Finland, all of them have listed on both the 2007 as well as 2022. However, Canada is not on those on the current list, like the 2022 one. The difficulties and the risks of a borderless world are matched by benefit and opportunity. It's like, of course, like the higher risk, higher return. Of course, you get a higher risk, but at the same time, by trying to sell your product beyond your country's boundaries, you get huge benefit and opportunities as well. Virtual connections enable close, rapid coordination among people working in different parts of the world. So it's no longer necessary to keep everything in one place. What is the best example we can think of? Apple iPhone. Apple designing part is done in, I think, California. Then, some part of production is done in China. Then some, like sourcing is done in another country. Their production process is no longer limited to one location. They are spread everywhere, all around the world. Organizations and each of those production and warehouse are coordinated virtually, maybe through like softwares. Organizations can go wherever they want to find the lowest cost or the brain power. That means either the lowest cost, like the country where they can do the producing for the lowest cost, or best brain power. Most of the time for technology, we go for Indian. For engineering part, we usually go for engineering. Then for labor, like technical sided labor, we go for China, Bangladesh, those countries. Excel Foundry and Machine in Peking, Illinois makes part for machinery used in heavy construction and mining operation. So they are this company, the Excel company is a company that make parts for machinery used in heavy construction and mining operation. The president uses a strategy of the outsourcing the easily duplicated part to contracted in China. So they can excel duplicated part means like very routinized, the parts that can be duplicated that, that doesn't need any new technology or specialization. They have outsourced those to China. And for the part where they focus on more money and energy, or where they focus more on, the cost specialty product or innovation product, they have kept that part for themselves. When managers think globally, the whole world is source of idea, resources, information, employee, and custom. That means when you think globally means when you think the whole world as your market, right? You can get an idea from the world. Then you can get resources from anywhere in the country. Then you can get any information, employee, and customers from anywhere in the world. You know, let's think about when we think about this customer part, when we think about, maybe government university, they also have several program, diploma, and scholarships for international students, right? It's not only limited to the local students. And for the employee, the same thing happens. That's why a lot of people migrate, right? So even if we think about Canada, UAE, Australia, they still get people from all, I mean, like from other countries. Why do firms take international business? So why companies want to go international? The world has noticed a tremendous increase in international business in recent years. So even if we think of a company like GFlock, they also have several branches uh, globally, right? I mean, like even if we think about those local business page, they have several website for local customer and a separate website for the international customers. We had already discussed about the feature and scope of international business. Now the question is, why do business firms of a country take to international business? Of course, the answer is simple. They take to global business due to the advantage attached with international business and also the importance of it. First one is the most common reason, the higher rate of profit. We know that in all branches of economic and commercial activity, the driving force is earning more profit. I mean, the main reason why anyone would do business is to earn profit. Like that's the main reason. When the firms do not earn higher profit or a profit that they expected in the domestic market, business firms search for foreign market which may promise a higher rate of profit. This may be arise due to wider market and larger demand, and consequently the size of the market get increased. So let's say if a country like Sri Lanka, like compared to the other countries, like our country is really small. So our market is limited. compared to a country like Australia. Their population, their market is bigger. So what happens is, so let's say a Sri Lankan company is planning to sell their product to Australia. So now what happens is, now they can get revenue from Sri Lanka as well as from Australia. So, and in return, they can get the profit. And also, the firms may need not to depend on a single home country. Due to that, companies have to explore the foreign market. So it's like this. So we usually say, a country located in USA. If we think about USA, it is have 50 something states and it's really large, right? So most of the time we say, countries that are located in America, they just try to capture their local consumer. Why? Because their country is already large. I mean, it's even bigger than Australia. I don't know. So it's really large. I mean, their local market, it's already large. So, what a company that's established in America would do is they would just try to continue their local market because they already have very large market. But let's say if you are from Europe, Europe is very small, or Sri Lanka, our market is very limited, very small. So what we try to do is we try to explore the foreign market. For instance, Hewlett earned more than 85% of its profit in the foreign market than in the home market in the year 1994. So this company earned more. Her Hewlett Packard means HP companies. So HP has earned more profit by selling their product or services to foreign market than their home market. In the same year, Apple earned $390 million. These are US dollar as net profit, not just in revenue, from a foreign market, and only 311 million US dollars from the domestic market. See, I mean, obviously they have earned more from the foreign market, but the profit they have earned from the domestic market also somewhat on the same level as what they have earned from the other foreign market. Why? Because the market is bigger. I mean, there is not that much. I mean, of course, there is a difference there in $1 million, but still, what they have earned from foreign market is 390, and what they have earned from their domestic market is 310. Air France mostly depends on the demand for air travel of the customers from countries other than France. So see, I mean, even their name says it's Air France, but most of their customers are from countries other than France. This is true in the case of several multinational corporations like Toyota, Honda, and Coca-Cola. I think the Toyota one we already mentioned before. Then, potential untapped market. You should remember an example when we say this. Can you remember that Ulala video I showed you last week? No, it's like Ulala is the example I talked regarding Argentina. No. So most of the population in Argentina underbanked, right? Is that problem? Underbanked. So what it means is, so I told you before this, the new elected president, what they had was a closed economy. That means they could not import and export. So as a result, their exchange rate was always fluctuating, and in case that their banks will collapse, they had restrictions on withdrawing the money they have deposited. right? They could not withdraw money as they wanted. But however, this Ulala company is like it's a finance tech company. What they tried to do was they introduced an app, and it gives a digital card where you can transfer and do, or you can do transferring and all of the functions that you can do through a bank, right? And they decided to come up with that because they realized most of the consumers in countries like Argentina, then they expanded to countries like Mexico and Colombia, most of them are underbanked. So what they did was they were underbanked and no one was taking this as an opportunity. So they introduced this fintech app, and what happened, since they had trouble visiting a, or like opening account at bank, or like transferring the funds using the bank, they started to do all of those using the Sulala bank. So they got a huge reputation and a huge market. So potential untapped means something that, like a market that hasn't been untouched. The reason that it is highly attractive, it's like when you enter such market, in a way you can have a monopoly. You can be the leader to cater that product. Plus, you can offer those product for a high price. Okay, clear? Clear? Not clear? Clear, okay. Afika, Amna, are you two also clear?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you are only unclear about this potential and untapped market one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I will take this example. So in a country like Argentina, they didn't have any economic growth, right? And they had so many high inflation. So the price of those products, they were always fluctuating, and even their exchange rate was always fluctuating, right? And since their country was not so stable, what the like Bank of the Argentina did was they put restrictions for their citizens when they had to withdraw money from the bank. Are you clear up to now?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means just because you have deposit the money in a Argentina bank, you could not withdraw it as you want. There were restrictions, like there were limit uh, for you to withdraw. And not only that, not everyone could actually open banks in Argentina because they asked for the formal documents. And since most of those citizens were not working in like very formal organization, they were working in informal organization. So they did not have those formal documents and could not open the account. So just remember, the people in Argentina they didn't use the bank much. Okay. Then the company called Ulala, they realized the citizens in Argentina underbanked. That means they did not utilize the bank that much for its services. So what they did was they introduced a app with the card, right? And through that app, you can do the transferring or you can withdraw the money. Okay, clear up to now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so when we say potential untapped market, what I'm trying to say is what that company tried to do was they realized Argentina as a country has so many consumers who doesn't use the bank for several reasons. And what they tried to do was they tried to capture those consumers to use their bank, sorry, use their app and try to do those functions through their app. Clear?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the other countries like Mexico and Colombia, they also had such consumers who were underbanked. So then they decided to expand their app to those countries as well. So they could capture the consumers in those countries as well. And why we say it was an untapped market? Because previously those underbanked consumers was not captured by any other company, right? So when we say potential untapped market, that means we are trying to touch a market that hasn't been captured by any other company. So let's say now now let's say um, so it's like this. So when we are touching or when we are trying to capture consumers in an untapped market, that means whatever the service or a product you are trying to offer hasn't been provided before. So you're the only one who is providing that product or service for your market, right? You are the only one who is providing that product or service. So what you can do, you are the only one who is providing it. So you can offer it for a higher price. Clear? Uh, Afika, are you also clear?
Yeah. Yeah, ma'am.
Right. Then, so this is the example. These foreign market may provide opportunities of selling the product at a very high price. Why? Because they are the only one who is providing it. Than in the international market. So let's say you realize what you are providing in your domestic market, like there are few other suppliers who is providing the same thing, but when we move to an untapped market, no one is providing it. You are the only one, so you can sell them for a price for a higher price than what you are selling in the local market. Clear? Are you also clear? Okay. The example here is Bata Shoe Company sells the shoes at UK at a price which is 10 times more than their prices in India. Then expansion of production. Wait a second. Yeah. Expansion of production beyond the demand of home market. Some of the companies may be compelled, they are forced to produce the fullest capacity of the plant, which will be far more than the domestic demand. That means whatever the amount they are trying to produce within their domestic market, you don't have a sufficient demand in your domestic country for the amount of product that you have produced. So what you do with the excess product is you try to sell it to another country. These companies, in such cases, they will be forced to sell their excess production in foreign countries. The example is Toyota. So, as we know, Toyota is located in Japan and they are capable of producing hundreds or thousands of cars annually. But the thing is, the demand for cars, the automobiles in Japan is smaller compared to how much cars they can produce. So what they can do is they export the excess cars to countries like Europe, USA, and other countries. Okay. Then limited domestic market. And also another example that we can talk for the expansion of product beyond the demand of the home market is this Nestle chocolate. So if we think about Nestle chocolate, most of them are produced in countries like Switzerland, where they have cocoa and all of those resources. And most of the time, they produce so much chocolate which are which are above the demand of the Switzerland, right? Then what they do with the excess is they export those to the other countries. Then domestic market. If the size of the home market happens to be very small, I think I talked about this, how America has a larger market and countries like Sri Lanka and Europe having a smaller market. Due to the small size of population of the country and also low purchasing of the people, the domestic market is limited, first of all, by the population and by their purchasing power. Both of them impact. The companies have to internationalize their operations. This point hold goods in several companies. For example, most of the Japanese automobile and electronic companies enter US, Europe, and even African market for selling their product due to the smaller size of the home market. So ITC entered the European market due to the lower purchasing power of the Indians with regard to higher quality cigars. That means, so if we talk about ITC, it is an Indian multinational conglomerate. So it's a tobacco company. And now it has diversified into multiple industries. And their products are not only in India, they are actually expanded into other countries as well. Then the SIBA Geji internationalized its operation as the population of Switzerland was merely 6 million. The company established manufacturing facilities in foreign countries. So this company is a multinational, Swiss multinational company which produces a chemical and pharmaceutical company. And they decided to internationalize because the population was of Switzerland was only 6 million, smaller market. Then availability of technology and managerial competence. In several instances, availability of advanced technology and greater managerial competence in some countries may be the primary attracting factor for business firms from developing country. So that means when we think about developing countries, they are still being developed, right? And most of the time, how they initially try to develop is by, by taking access to the advanced technology of those already developed countries. And in the initial stages, they are mainly known for, like agriculture and all of that. And once, what happens is, let's say there's a developing country and an already developed country uh, created a manufacturing plant in this developing country. What the developing country would do is, they will, of course, they will be giving the labor they will be providing labor for the developed countries manufacturing plant. Then what happens is, even without intention, the developed country will be sharing their technology and the expertise with the developing country. Then what they will do is, they will take this expertise and maybe will try to come up their own product and services. But initially, what they try to do is, they try to provide labor for the developed countries, factories or manufacturing company. Clear? Clear? Afika, Amna, are you two also clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
So many companies are in the developed countries due to this reason. Even American companies in recent year depend on Japanese companies for technology and managerial expertise. So, right. So the example we can say under this is this. So let's take the example of this Tata Motors. It's established in India. Tata Motors acquired Jaguar Land Rover, the company, UK in 2008. Okay. Then Tata Gate, the automotive technology, that means, the technology they used to make cars, the designing and managerial expertise that was not easily available in India. And now with the knowledge they got from Jaguar Land Rover, it helped Tata to improve its global competitiveness. So that's the one case. Another case is US car manufacturer like Ford adopting Japanese lean manufacturing techniques. Toyota and other Japanese firms pioneer just in time. Just in time means you try to give you try to contact supplier or you try to purchase material after getting the statistics for your demand. So that decrease the wastages. I mean, the chances of you having a huge load of wastage will be low. And high quality management method. Then high cost of transportation. This the Dove example can be taken under this. So they had to go for a See the Dove example and US-based product manufactured. Yeah, that's the example we can take. When it comes to Dove Sri Lanka, we are going for the Dove manufacturing warehouse or the warehouse located in India. And for USA, they are going for the warehouse located in USA. For even that's mainly to reduce the cost of transportation. Then also, yeah. Initially, companies enter foreign countries through their marketing operation. When they enter foreign countries, they would feel the challenge from the host country. Generally, companies of host country would be enjoying higher profit than the foreign country company, right? That means, let's say, so this case come, let's say you are an American company, okay? And now you have outsource like the one of the production part to a Chinese company, right? Let's assume you have only outsourced. You don't have your own warehouse. You have only outsourced, right? So when you try to sell those products in America after importing, the cost will be high than the price you can sell the same product in China. And what and why it happens due to the transportation. And the thing is, with transportation comes not only the transportation cost plus sometimes tariff, right? So that's what we are saying. High cost of transportation. So in order to avoid this, some of the companies try to have their very own warehouses in the foreign countries. Even Apple have outsourced, or even Apple have outsourced most of their production components to China. They still have their very own warehouses in China as well, which belongs to Apple. Are you two clear, Afika and Namna?
Yeah.
Okay. This is due to the transport cost of the product of foreign companies. So when we say transport cost, the literal transport cost plus, something called tariff also income. It's happened because you do import and export. That's a separate thing. That also you have to pay. Under this situation, the foreign company would be inclined to locate its manufacturing factories in the country in which it attempts to trade and thereby increase profit margin by itself and avoid transport costs. So the companies can do this outsourcing as long as it doesn't affect your price. I mean, it doesn't make any difference between the price you are selling in your local market and the price they are selling the same product in the foreign market. As long as there is no such, significant price difference, you can continue to outsource. But when you realize there is a significant difference, you have to avoid transport cost and have your own manufacturing factory in the foreign country. For example, Mobile was supplying petroleum product to countries like Kenya, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea from its refineries in Saudi Arabia. And this company had to establish its own refinery in Saudi Arabia. It establishes refinery area in order to reduce the cost of transportation. Then proximity to raw material, same thing. In some cases, establishing the manufacturing center in the foreign countries will be more advantage due to the nearness of raw material. It means something like this. Let's say you have to import raw material for your product, right? Then the time it takes to import the raw material, then get those delivered and do the production versus how long it will take if you just have your own manufacturing center where you have the raw material. It will be much faster, right? Clear, right? Generally, raw materials will be bulky and the availability of quality material would also be scarce. In such cases, it would be better to locate the manufacturing center in the countries where such raw materials are available. That means whatever the material you are already looking for is already scarce. In such a situation, it's better to stay in that country and to locate few suppliers who provide the material. We know that many of the European and US companies located their manufacturing centers in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and many Middle East countries due to the availability of crude petroleum. Of course, this point is only a consequence from the previous point, reducing the cost of transportation. Then availability of labor at a low cost. So when we think about countries like, China, Bangladesh, Vietnam, most of them have cheap labor. It's mainly due to the larger population they have. Many developed countries establish their business concern, see, less developed countries due to availability of cheap labor in the latter. So most of those less developed countries are facing problems such as unemployment. So they are in that sort of a case, they can get the labor for cheap. This is more so in the case of software. High tech, is the SE too high for you? No, right? In the case of software, high technology and telecommunication. Companies which located their operations in developing country. India is a major source for high quality of human labor at a lesser cost. When compared to American and European countries and also Japan, importing human labor or producing human resources from India would be very costly. Hence, these companies locate their operations in India itself to utilize the cheap labor. It's like this. Even though these countries have cheap labor, sometimes importing as in like arranging the facilities for them to come to our country and work, it tend to be costly. So what we do is we try to have our own manufacturing center in the India itself. Avoiding a tariff. avoiding tariff and import quota. Before the advent of globalization concept in India and internationalizing business, many countries impose tariff and quotas on the import of goods from foreign countries. That means most of the time when you try to import good from foreign country, you had to pay tax. This was done in order to protect domestic company. That means this was done in order to, yeah, order to protect, the companies who are doing the manufacturing locally. Even now, several countries have imposed tariff and quotas in order to reduce competition from foreign company. Because when a company has to pay so much more taxes when they have to import, like the amount of material or the product that we import, it get restricted. The number of product we import, it become less. Japanese companies are potent competitors to US company. So US consider that Japanese companies as their competitor. So what they have done is US impose tariff and quota regarding import of automobile and electronic goods from Japan. So USA consider Japanese companies as what?
These are my bag container come in container from our shop. They call and ask
Okay.
the keys and to give my class.
Okay.
Okay, video can you give your number PDF?
I have already mailed it to
Oh
you.
yeah. Voice and
This actually, can you ask from your friend, because even I don't have access to those recordings. It is with the front, like the academy. Remember, next time come sharp at 9 o'clock. Okay. So, what US companies did was, in order to protect their local companies, they impose tariff and quotas when companies try to import any vehicle or electronic good from Japan. In order to avoid high tariff and quota, generally companies prefer direct investment to go global. Companies like Sony, Honda, and Toyota prefer direct investment by establishing subsidiary or joint venture in foreign country like India and USA. What that means is, so anyway, what you want is, you want to get as a company, you want to get access to the foreign market. Maybe it's to the foreign market label. So what you can do is, either you can establish your own manufacturing center, right? Or a subsidiary, like a, let's say if you're in a country like us, we have Sparsilon. They have opened their very own Sparsilon shop in another countries as well. Or you can have a joint venture. Joint venture is actually done. Let's say we want to expand, maybe we want to establish one of our manufacturing center in India, right? Or maybe USA. Anyway, both of those countries say, as per their rules, say, if we want to have or have our very own subsidy or manufacturing facility, we at least have to, give some of its some of its labor or some of its ownership to a local company, right? Then only we get the chance to operate in that country. Now that's what TikTok is doing, right? So we know TikTok, the owner of TikTok uh, is a Singaporean. But however, see, TikTok is owned by a Chinese company called, I think, ByteDance. So the USA has a doubt that Chinese company will use TikTok, to steal data, and ultimately it will impact the national security, or the data will be breached. So what they are asking TikTok to do is at least divest. The US divest means at least give the ownership of USA TikTok related activities to a USA based company. Are you all clear? Amna and Africa?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. And most of the companies do that. And the reason is, so when another company try to create subsidies or like a manufacturing center by joining with local businesses, uh, of course then they don't they in a way they support the domestic companies. Also the citizens in those foreign companies also get job opportunities. Yeah, he said he has to close the shop or something. Then increasing market share. Many large scale business companies would like to enhance their market share in the global market. For this purpose, they would explore all possibilities of setting up manufacturing center or marketing center. Big companies merely expanding locally would become only oligopolistic in nature, while small companies would be struggling for survival. Hence, there will be need for them to turn global. That means, let's say you are a company who is doing somewhat better than most of the other, let's say, manufacturers, right? But what if you have a, like a smaller market? What you can do is like that means it's like this. So let's say, if this is the market share, you two can see when I'm you two can see what I'm writing on the whiteboard, right? Afika and Amna.
Yeah, ma'am.
So if this is my market share, let's say market shares, in the whole market, we can expect consumers around 100. Okay. When oligopolistic means there are only 2 or 3 leading companies. Okay. Let's say you are one of the few companies who are leading in the market. And now, and there are 4 leading, suppliers or manufacturers. So what you get is only 1/4. Okay. And so if we take it's 25. And assume this is a smaller market. But if we assume, if you go to a foreign country, which has, let's say, 1,000, even if you get 1/4 of it, still you get 250 consumers. Clear? Are you too clear?
No, ma'am.
It's like this. So increasing market share is considered as increasing the number of consumers that you have your product. Okay. So when we say oligopolistic, that means so if we think about product like toothpaste, for toothpaste, who are the very well-known brands? We have the Signa, Sudanta, Klogan. Those are the only well-known brand. Oligopolistic means for a certain product or industry, there are very few, leading competitors or leading brands. Are you clear up to now? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So, what they are saying is big companies merely expanding locally would become only oligopolistic in nature, while small companies would be struggling for survival. Hence, there will be need for them to turn global. Okay? So let's say if this is your market share and your market share consists of 100 consumers, right? And this is one big player. This is one big brand. This is another one big brand. And this is another one big brand. Okay? And these part of market share is owned by several small other companies. Okay, clear? Afika and Namna, are you clear up to now?
Yeah, ma'am.
So what they are saying is, when you have a smaller market, right? Unless you are one of the few leading competitor, the market share that you get is more. That you understand. So in order for you to increase your market share, try to go for a country with bigger market share or more population, like 1,000. Because let's say, even if this country has three leading consumers, still that means 750 out, right? So that means this 250 is divided by you and another company. Then that means here you get 125 more consumers. Clear? Are you clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
So that's why we are saying, if you are a small, a small brand or a company with a smaller market share, if you are a smaller market share and you are not one of the leading brands, then try to go for a foreign country with a larger market share. Because even if you are omnipotent, like one of the, even if you are a smaller company, they are still, your market share is bigger than what you have locally. Clear? Are you clear now?
Yeah, ma'am.
It's 2:58. So let's take a break till 3:15 and let's continue with the lesson. Shall we start the lecture?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So, 11th reason why business start to go international is opportunities and challenges. International business provide lot of opportunities to the expanding local business, and at the same time growing abroad or internationalizing business is a challenge for a enthusiastic entrepreneur. These opportunities include technology, the managerial expertise, market intelligence, and product development. For example, Japanese firms operating in US provide these opportunities to US companies. That's what I told you, that most of those US companies has adopted Japanese lean manufacturing technology. This is more evident in the case of developing countries like Africa, India, and several Asian countries. This is one of the reasons for developing and backward countries. That means like, less developed countries inviting foreign companies to set up their business. The reason is, in order to train and develop the local people and managerial skill and the new technology, the less developed countries will let already developed countries to install their manufacturing plant in the less developed country in order to capture the developed countries' technology and the managerial skills. This really happens. Of course, initially, MNCs, means multinational companies, may pose threat and challenge to local companies. Why? Definitely, these, for these developed countries, they are already possessing what? The technology, what the less developed have. What the less developed doesn't have. So what they will do is, these developed countries, maybe they will be better than the locals when it comes to selling their product or like manufacturing their product. Initially it will be a threat to the local company, but in the long run domestic companies could develop well with foreign technology and expertise provided the collaboration and memo of understanding are well designed by the countries involved. Thus, the opportunities and challenges would help the domestic firm. We know that India Maruti helped Telco to come up with Tata Indica. Even in the academic side, several foreign countries through their universities help the less developed countries. So let me explain. So this thing is, Maruti company, it's Indian one. They came into a joint venture between Suzuki Japan. Okay. Then India, they share the technology of those Japanese people. They receive the technology, expertise, and the know-how of these Japanese people, and then they actually shared it with Tata company, which helped the Tata company to develop the Tata Indica car, right? So this is an example of how technology can transfer from developed country to less developed country. And what at the end happens is, using this transfer technology, the less developed countries will come up with their own competitive product. Are you clear? Are you clear? Okay. You two are also clear, right? Afika, Amna, are you two clear?
Yeah, Miss.
Okay. Then I told you about how universities help how universities from foreign countries help the less developed countries. So what they do is they offer the universities in foreign countries, the developed ones, they offer training programs and scholarships for the students or the people in developing country. And using this knowledge, they can improve on their expertise. Now we will move on to difficult and problems of international business. Though international business is a charming concept and an attractive proposition for any business. I mean, like once we mention its advantage, it would be a charming concept for any business. In practice, it is business with many difficulties and problems. Firstly, there will be several conditions and problems imposed by the foreign countries in entering into trade of foreign countries. Entry requirement will be very tough in several cases. Generally, domestic government impose umpteen entry requirement to multinational. That means we are strict when foreign countries try to enter into the market. Countries may impose, is that no? Joint venture with a domestic company. This actually happens with most of the company. Right. So, I think, have you heard of the retail brand called Tesco? Slightly. No. So, Tesco is a very famous retail brand. Okay. They wanted to enter into the Indian market, but the thing was they could not open any, like their very own subsidiary as per the rules and regulation. They had to join in hands with the Indian company that's already located there. Okay. So what they selected as their partner was Trent Limited. It's another subsidiary of Tata Group, right? Then after Tesco came into a joint venture with this Trent Group, one of the subsidiary of Tata, they form a supermarket chain called Star Bazaar, right? And so some of those shares are owned, some of the shares of Star Bazaar are owned by both the trend, the Indian partner as well as the Tesco group. Both has to be owners. Then in 2008, Tesco announced a plan to enter the Indian market by 50-50 joint venture. That means 50% of the shares of Star Bazaar are owned by both Tesco as well as Trend. This collaboration aimed to leverage Trend existing retail infrastructure and local market knowledge. So Tesco is an American company, right? So even if they wanted to, come to the Indian market, what they lacked was they did not have enough knowledge on how the Indian market operates. They have not, they didn't have any of their subsidiaries in India before. So they did not know how the Indian market would operate, and they need its infrastructure, like the supply chain, like the suppliers and all of those. Then this allowed Tesco to operate operate multi-brand retail stores in India, a sector that had previously been restricted to FDI. That means, let's say, if Tesco wanted to open up, like a fully owned subsidiary of Tesco in India, that was prohibited. Like fully owned subsidiary means the whole ownership of that subsidiary belonged to the Tesco, the American company. Such kind of subsidiary was prohibited in India. So if they wanted to open any sort of subsidiary or retail, they had to partner up with a local brand. That's what the joint venture was about. So this partnership helped Tesco to get the expertise on how to, how the Indian consumer market operate, and to, get their products or to get adapted to the Indian preferences, like Indian consumers' preferences. Okay, so you clear it? Are you too clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes or no?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes.
Countries may impose joint venture. Yeah, that's what we talk. Several countries may impose tariff and export quota in order to protect the domestic business. Now, that's what Trump is doing. These trade barriers will be based on political and diplomatic relations between the government of two countries intended to do business. So as we know, there's a trade war going on between USA and China. So the political, like the relationship between these two countries are not good. So that's why like USA also impose the highest tariff it can imagine to China, and China also did the same thing in order to retaliate with the USA tariff mark, USA tariff. But when we think about, the tariff America has imposed on other countries, they were low, right? For example, before 1998, China, Pakistan, and USA imposed several, I mean, this is a scenario that's happened way back then. So before 1998, China, Pakistan, and USA, they imposed several restrictions and trade barriers on import from India. However, with the establishment of World Trade Organization, many entry requirement by the host countries are dispensed with. So, mm, So, you are the main reason that World Trade Organization exists is to promote trade, to promote import and export of goods and services between each country. So, due to after the establishment of this World Trade Organization, the earlier barriers that countries had when entering into foreign market, most of them were lessened or they were reduced. Secondly, it will be very costly affair for the ordinary firms with moderate means and resources to go international. So let's say even so the ways of you can going international is either by exporting or coming up with a joint venture or establishing your own subsidiary. All of them are very expensive. I mean, if you are a company like a moderate, small scale company who are already having trouble with just producing your product or selling them, then I'm not saying you can't go, but it's almost impossible and it's really hard. Internationalizing business would involve tremendous work involving market surveys. That means product improvement, quality upgradation, and managerial efficiency. Just because you want to enter into a market, that means you just can't, like you have to know what is really needed in that market, how the market works, what are the products preferred by the consumers in the market. So if we assume if McDonald's, if when McDonald's try to go to the Indian market, and if they did it without doing any survey and they decided to introduce burgers containing beef, that would have been such a such a risky thing, right? Because when it comes to people in India, most of them are Hindu devotees, and they don't consume beef because they worship cow, right? So just because you want to do business in a country doesn't mean you can just go there and start working on the business. You have to first of all start by doing surveys and understanding how the market as well as the consumer behave in the foreign market. These may involve larger investment with high cost and risk without any guarantee for fair returns in business. So even, like when you go into a foreign market, there's no guarantee that you will succeed. I mean, of course, you can take precautions and prepare yourself, but it's completely different scenario than doing a business in your home country. Hence, most of the business houses refrain from internationalizing their business. Thirdly, bureaucratic practices, stringent attitudes of the government would be a formidable impediment in starting an international business. That means like sometimes those rules and regulations can be really strict. The Yeah. So the intransigent attitude of the officials of the foreign countries would result in delaying sanctions or granting license to foreign company. So let's say, a license, let's say, let's take that Disney example. So you are yeah. So now you need to take a license from Disney in order to use, the Mickey Mouse character uh, for one of your product. Okay, and just imagine the Disney company is taking so much time to grant license for you to use its Mickey Mouse character. Then what would happen, right? The best example is the Indian government before 1991. The attitude of Indian bureaucracy was much disdainful before the advent of the concept of liberalization, like the freedom. They were hostile towards foreign invest in particular. For an example, Pepsi company had to wait 3 years just to set a soft drink concentrate factory in India. That means the India's rules relating to opening up a foreign company was really strict back then. Because otherwise, why someone would have to wait 3 years just to get permission to set up a soft drink concentrate factory? And the US razor blade company had to wait 8 long years. That's a long time for its application to be accepted. Why this happened? Because they are really strict when it comes to their rules and regulation. Coca-Cola and IB wound up their operation during 1970 when the rules were changed that for partners should not hold more than 40% ownership in any business. Of course, with the introduction of a liberalization policy, foreign investors are now invited with roses and smiles by minimizing procedures. Nowadays, foreign investors are encouraged. Fourthly, political instability is another major factor discouraging the spread of international business. We know the risks and problems created by Iran-Iraq war and Iraq-Kuwait war. Several military coups in Pakistan, civil war in Fiji, Malaysia and Sri Lanka are instant where business have to carry on in an unstable political condition. In India, frequent changes in political party and the consequent changes in policies created political risk for the growth of international business. So I told you, even in a country like Sri Lanka, when different parties became elected, their priorities were different. Can you remember? Last week I told you. So likewise, so when different parties come, some parties would encourage this internationalization, saying it's good. And some other party will come and say this internationalization of business is not good because it impact our local manufacturers. So, based on what the political party believe, they will change the policies. Fifth, political instability will always be accompanied by exchange instability. Currencies of countries will depreciate due to the imbalance in the balance of payment. That means your imports are greater than export. So let's say, and also why this exchange instability impact. So even, what you have is a subsidiary in your foreign country and the headquarters is located in your country. So when you try to make financial statements, the figure, even if the sales happen in a foreign country, when we have to take figures for the revenue and sales, you will take the value after you convert into your local currency. Clear? So when foreign currency keeps fluctuating, it will impact you. For example, India, Pakistan, Philippines. Zambia depreciated their currencies many times. This exchange instability will be a discouraging factor in the growth of international business. Sixthly, technological pirating would be a common affair in international business. Technological pirating means the capturing of the technology by the underdeveloped countries, copying the original technology, producing imitative product, imitating other areas of business operations were common in Japan some 50 years ago. These practices would invariably alarm the foreign companies uh, against expansion. So let's say now, I told you that most of the consumers who use luxury products are located in countries like China and South Korea, because these countries tend to measure the success of any person based on what kind of brands they are wearing. And not only that, in country like China, their labor is also cheap. So many luxury brands like, Aldo, Louis Vuitton and Hermes, they have their, like their very own Asian manufacturers for certain part of their production, right? Then what Chinese manufacturers do is they will start, while they are producing the product for those American like luxury brand in other country, they will start their business by imitating that original branded product. Clear? So what happens is, let's say it actually impact the brand name, and let's say yeah, the brand name, and of course it impacts the quality. Like when we say a luxury brand, there is a certain quality aligned with the brand, right? So when there are so many imitated bags, that's not good for the brand. So, and the main reason it's not good is, since anyway, the luxury banks also have outsourced part of their manufacturing to these Asian manufacturers. So anyway, they are the ones who are doing the manufacturing for the original band. Then on the other hand, they start manufacturing those imitated products, and they try to produce those imitated product with a close resemblance to the original product, and they are sold to a very fraction of the original price. So if you feel like you can't tell the difference, then you would get the cheap option. Above all, corruption has become an international phenomenon. A business cannot go ahead with export or import or internationalize its business without greasing the itching palms of politicians in power and also the members of bureaucracy. Sometimes, let's say if a company want to import or export, they have to give bribery for politicians as well as for the office people, the people who are in the office. According to a survey by Transparency International, India and China, a top list of 30 countries whom firms are most willing to pay to do a business abroad. Countries like India or China, they are okay with paying bribe and trying to do business abroad. They are followed by Russia, Turkey, and Taiwan. But uh, Britain is on the bribe players index 6 on the bribe players index, while US share the ninth place with Belgium. French and Italian firms are the worst culprit for paying bribes in a low-income countries to gain business opportunity. Then the countries whose firms were least prepared. The thing is, when we talk about countries like Switzerland, Sweden, Australia, and Canada, they have this principle called equality. Like they try to they don't think that there are higher people or lower people in status. They respect a cab driver as the same respect they give to CEO. So that's why those kind of countries, they are very unwilling to pay bribes in order to start business in foreign currency. They must, because as the principle, they are like, why do we have to pay? Bribery and kickbacks in international business may run to several millions and billions. These would discourage the international businessmen and they would not be inclined to expand their investment. Right. Then the concept of globalization. Here, what is the definition given for globalization? It is the shift toward more integrated, interconnected, interdependent world economy. So the example we can think of is it's Apple. So as we know, Apple designed their iPhones in USA, right? But when it comes to manufacturing, they do the manufacturing mostly in China, right? And but however, when we but however, still even the designing and manufacturing are done in different countries. Still, the same standard product is being sold at every other country, and they use the same marketing strategy. So the thing is, even though their production is only limited to countries like USA and China, they still sell the products to other countries. Their market is not only limited to USA and China. It involves every country that we can think of. Right. The concept, then the international IMF defined globalization as growing of economic interdependence of countries, birth rate through increasing volume and variety of cross-border transactions in goods and services, and of course international capital flow. International capital flow means when we import, we pay to the other countries, and when we export, we get money in other foreign currency. And also through the more rapid and widespread diffusion of technology. In simple language, globalization refer to the process of integration of national economy. That means, the several, so that means when we think of globalization, so many countries come together. The so many countries' economies come together through cross-border flows of product, services, capital and technology, manpower and information. Then let's talk about features of globalization. Globalization is a case of business unit planning and expanding business throughout the world. The company demolishes, it removes the difference between the domestic market and foreign market. Why? We consider the whole world as one big market. The company buys and sells anywhere in the world market. The company establishes manufacturing and distribution facilities in any part of the world based on the feasibility and viability of the business rather than national consideration. That means based on how do you think, like how successful it will be in the other country, you do the business in other country. Production planning, marketing are carried out on mark consideration of the entire world market. For example, like iPhone, their marketing strategy is done by focusing on the entire consumers, like the entire people, the entire population in the world. Similarly, sourcing of factors and production and necessary inputs like raw materials, machinery, finance, technology, and human resources are done throughout the globe. Hence, the business become global oriented with global strategies and managerial skills and expertise to suit global business. In short, trade and commerce gets integrated at one world and one market. So when we talk about globalization, actually we talk about I think a student took it from me. Okay. So when we think about globalization, we actually think of globalization of four components, okay? So when we say globalization, we think of globalization of market, globalization of technology, globalization of production, globalization of investment. So when we think of globalization of market, this is a process by which all distinct markets of the world are made to merge into one single market. So when when the globalization happened, the whole world become one single market because now there are no boundaries that are I mean, you still can access the market of another country. There are no boundaries that limiting you entering into the foreign market. This is more easily said than done. The process involves identification of some common norm, value, taste, preference, and convenience, and attempting a cultural shift toward the common product or services. So that's why we say, even we say, with the globalization, it is really easier to access another market. But the thing is, even if we say that, in before trying to sell another product, we have to identify the preference, or like what are the values of the consumers of that foreign market, or like the what is the culture of the market that we are trying to enter. Several consumer products have got global acceptance. For example, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, McDonald's burgers, Sony Walkman, Levi jeans, City Crop, and credit card. So even if most of those products are somewhat standardized, some things are different based on the culture of that country. So let's say, can you remember the Coca-Cola example? The advertisement I showed to you. When we look at the advertisement they have prepared for the Coca-Cola USA, the message they are trying to convey is, in America, there are different individuals, like different individuals who belong to multiple cultures, who speaks different languages, right? But when we saw the Coca-Cola advertisement for India, it's all about family, sharing moments together, sharing those festivals together. So even if most of them are standardized, at least the way we market them depend on the culture. Features of globalization of market. We should not be under the impression that only various companies I think this is a mistake. We already talked about this. The reasons for globalization. When the domestic, so under the reasons for globalization, we are giving those reasons in relevance to the globalization of production. Sorry, in relevance to the globalization of markets. When the domestic market is not big enough to absorb the goods produced on mass scale, companies enter the foreign market. So that's when we talk about, this sweets, chocolate, and, Japan cars. Adverse business environment in the home country pushes companies to globalize these market. That means the home country, like the local country that your company is in, it's not doing well. So what you are thinking is, you want to export, or you are focusing other foreign countries. A company may enter the foreign market to reduce the risk. Firms may enter the Firms may enter the foreign market to increase their profit and return. Companies globalize to meet the demand in foreign countries. things like very recently, I think very recently we had trouble, the Sri Lanka had trouble with the supply of rice. And in that case, I think we imported rice from Pakistan, I think. Foreign companies enter the global market when domestic firms are unable to meet the requirement of local custom. The globalization of production. Factors influencing production may not be uniform. That means same in all countries. The facilities available may vary from country to country, that we know. Availability of raw materials, cheap labor, and certain other essential input might have been the cause to seek establishing the business in the foreign land. That means the reason that you want to establish a business in the foreign land is maybe the material that you are looking for is not available in your own country. It's only available in a foreign country. Or maybe it's cheap labor, or maybe it's even the infrastructure. Actually, globalization of production is locating the manufacturing facility in a number of locations around the globe to take advantage of national differences in cost, quality, and availability, and also the transport facility. That means anyway, rather than producing in your country, if you decided to produce in a foreign country, there has to be a reason. There has to be an advantage that you are not getting by producing local, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't go there. So, and this advantage has to do with the cost, maybe the quality. So when we say quality, it may be the technology or machinery, the availability, and also the transport facility. So under the globalization of production, what could be the reasons for globalization? What could be the reasons for globalization? Companies globalize production due to several reasons. Imposition of restriction, imposition of restriction on import by the foreign country may force MNC to establish their manufacturing center in other country. That means this company, like whatever the foreign company that you want to start your business, they have put really strict regulations on the import. So you have no choice but to establish one of your manufacturing center in the relevant foreign country. For instance, Toyota of Japan established its part in USA and UK due to the import restrictions, availability of high quality materials and other components in other countries, availability of cheap labor, and also liberal labor laws in foreign countries, and also the availability of skilled worker at a lesser cost in foreign country. availability of ship transport facilities in the foreign country, and also facilities of harbor and airport nearby in the foreign country. In some foreign countries, the hinterland would have developed well with all facilities, and the company can have easy logistics managed. Thus, globalization of production will immensely help the companies in adopting low-cost strategy, command over superior quality material, quick work due to speed. For example, Jet Airlines Boeing, it's a plane. The 777 has 132,500 major components, so many components. So that means one plane consists of this much of major components. And definitely they can't be produced in one place. They have 545 different locations all over the globe. Small optical company in USA, Span Optical, manufacture its eyewear in low-cost factories in Hong Kong, China, Japan, France, and Italy. You all are clear up to that point, right? Globalization of investment means, hold on. Investment of capital by a global company in any part of the world. Global companies, after making feasibility studies of the project in different countries for different projects and find, so they are doing survey, and after getting those results, they finally decide on a country or country in which they could proceed with investment profitability. That means whatever the investment they are planning to put there, they are somewhat sure that they would get profit in return. The process of investment is called foreign direct investment. There are several reasons for global investment. At the outset, the country or countries in which the global companies want to invest should have a congenial government which would invite FDI, or any rate government of the countries would not be against the foreign direct investment. That's given, right? So if you want to invest in a country, the only way that you can do the FDI is when the government allows it. When global trade is vastly progressing in several parts of the world, generally the government would not be reluctant for FDI, as they would fear they would remain backward in industrialization. So most of the time, at least nowadays, the case is most of people, most of countries appreciate or they accept the FDI. Because otherwise you will be, you will be stagnant. As a country, you won't be able to grow. In the first instance, the global companies would be inclined to make, see, this is what I was talking about. In the first instance, the global companies would be inclined to make investment in developed countries, because with developed countries the guarantee is little bit high. And later on, they would also go for investment even in developing and backward country. We have seen in the practical world how several global companies started investing in affluent countries like USA and UK, and they later on diverted their investment even in less developed country. Especially for a global company, investment in foreign company becomes a necessity as they have control, production and marketing activities throughout the world. Further, international firms would go in for a FDI in order to avoid the restrictions imposed by the host country on export. That means export to us, import to the foreign country. Toyota Japanese company had to increase its investment in UK and USA due to the imposition of export restrictions of automobiles by host countries. So what happened was this, okay? So this happened in the very early back then. In the 90s, 80s, US and European government, they were worried about too many Japanese cars coming into their market because that impacted their local car makers like Ford, GM, General Motors, and British Leyland. So what they did was they put a very strict restrictions on importation of this Japanese vehicle to their country. But the thing was, the when it comes to those Toyota, they need the foreign market because as we talked before, their own local market was small and they have the ability to produce cars in larger capacity. So what the Toyota decided was to build their very own factories in USA and UK. So now instead of having to export to Japan, they were already producing those cars within the UK and USA. And this helped Toyota to have profit, and also, like when it comes to, those manufacturing facilities, it involves a lot of infrastructure as well as lot of jobs. So these countries were okay with Toyota creating their manufacturing facility in those countries because it created a lot of job opportunities in return. So it's 4:15. Shall we stop here for today? Since we talked about so many theories at once, shall we put a stop now? Okay. Africa and Anya, are you two also okay with that?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So then let's see you all next Saturday.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.